It's day 3. The Tri-Nation ODI series continues from Dambulla, as Sri Lanka A take on Afghanistan A in a crucial encounter. In match number 2, India put into bat posted a 300-plus score. But with rain interrupting, the match had to be decided on Duckworth and Lewis. And in their run chase, the Afghanistan third wicket pair ensured that they had enough to register their first win of the tournament.
A very good morning and a warm welcome to all our viewers from whichever part of the world you may be joining us. We are coming to you live from the Rangiri Dambulla International Cricket Stadium in Sri Lanka. And this is the Talent TV Cup Tri-Series 2026, where India A, Sri Lanka A and Afghanistan A will be taking on each other. And well, this is the game that we are talking about today, where the Sri Lanka A team will be taking on the Afghanistan A team in the third contest here at the Rangiri Dambulla Stadium. Well, taking a quick look at the weather conditions, it's kind of gloomy. There are a few clouds that are hovering around the grounds, but we do predict that we could have a full days of cricket here. The maximum temperature could go up to 27 Celsius, and we have a strong breeze that is moving across the ground. So as players, they will surely enjoy themselves when they're out there in the middle. So it looks all good. And taking a quick look at the match schedule, this is how the schedule looked like. We have the first game on the 9th of June, where India won a crucial contest against the Sri Lankans, and Afghanistan, they really turned the tables by beating India in that game, happened a couple of days back. And today we have the Sri Lanka A taking on the Afghanistan A in this important contest here today. Well, joining with me is Kosala Sureshant. Very good morning, Kosala.
Morning, Rad.
Well, first of all, let's take a quick look at the match summary about the previous game that happened between the India A and Afghanistan A. It was a very crucial game. Afghanistan winning the toss and deciding to bowl first. India put on a mammoth total, 349 runs for the loss of 9 wickets. But in reply, look at Afghanistan's. Yes, that game was interrupted by rain, but they managed to end up at 177 for 2 when the weather gods decided to open the windows from heavens, and they won the game by 4 runs. And the win, which the Afghanistans had the other day, really has opened these tables, has opened these tournaments, where all 3 teams will have an equal chance to move forward in this tournament. Well, talking about the points table, Kosala, is very important, especially after Afghanistan beating India the other day in the second game. Where do you think this tournament is heading towards, where we have an important game today?
Well, it's a very important game where Sri Lanka is concerned, because they need to make a win here to get their points on the table. Because the fact is, then you go to the business end of the tournament, and what you feel is that you can see, there you go, Afghanistan is on top with that win that they had the year previously. The net run rate is good. India, on the other hand, is also having a good run, but the Sri Lankan net run rate is also not looking very healthy. So they definitely need to have a win and put points on the table to make sure they're in contention of this tournament. Because come the next few games, we're going into the business end. So that's going to be very important. So always it's nice to go in with a win when you go into that final segment of the tournament.
Running into the previous game, the important game that we discussed, India started off very healthy, especially the opening batter, Prabhsimran Singh, scoring a brilliant 84 of 69 deliveries, putting up a partnership with Vaibhav Suryavanshi. What's your take on that innings, Kosala?
Well, I think that's what these 2 openers have been asked to do, isn't it? They have been asked to go big at the top, get the maximum of the power plays, make sure that you get runs on the board, and you allow the remaining batters to come and just milk that bowling around, because the 10 to the 40th over is very important that they keep their wickets in hand. I think they've done a wonderful job. Even in the first game, they got themselves off to the start, but they didn't go on big. But in the game 2, they've done exactly what the team wants them to do.
Well, the 2 opening batters, they got off to a flyer, but we can't keep aside Abdullah Ahmed Sai. When the opening batters, including the other batters of the Indian team, took the bowlers to the cleaners, he came out to the middle and took 5 wickets for 68 runs. That really made an impact. What do you think about that bowling performance, Kosala?
Well, it's not easy to take 5 wickets when you have a total of 349. right? So you need to give credit to the bowling because in whatever format, in whatever day, taking 5 wickets is not easy. It maybe become a test match, maybe it's a ODI, but taking 5 wickets just shows your skill. And what Abdullah did was he made a good comeback. He went for a few runs at the beginning, at the top in the power play, but he made a very good comeback and he got the crucial blows at the crucial time for Afghanistan.
Well, absolutely, especially setting up a total of 349, a mammoth total you could call it, in 49 overs. But then came the run chase. The Afghanistans, they got off to a very good start. But we need to definitely talk about the partnership between Imran Mir and Bahir Shah. It was a 100-plus run partnership which really took the game away from the Indians.
But before that, I would like to say, Iran, that I think the openers set the tone. Hassan at the top with the captain set the tone from ball number 1. They were always in that vicinity of the required run rate. They never fell back a lot. So they always made sure that the required run rate was somewhere around 7.5, and they didn't want to go anything beyond that. And they kept it. And when it came to this partnership, they really assessed the conditions very well. They knew exactly what they needed to do, who are the bowlers they need to target, who are the bowlers that they need to look after. So I think they batted very well. They planned that innings to the maximum.
Exactly. So that win against India today has really opened this tournament for all 3 games. And we are coming to this important game between Sri Lanka A versus Afghanistan A here today. So what do you think the strategy should be for the Sri Lankans, Kosala, today? Especially, do you think that they were running short of a batter the other day?
Yeah, I feel that we could have had another batter batting at number 6 or a batting all-rounder in person, because we had 3 all-rounders in Fernando, Karunaratne and Vanuja Sahan. But they're not really proven much with their batting abilities, but they're very good all-rounders. But then I think that was the key when Sri Lanka were almost on course. They need only run a ball to win. And with the fall of the wicket of the captain, Sahanarachika, if you had one more batter batting with the tail, I think we could have been able to get those remaining 8 runs.
Absolutely. And also, a win here today, I feel, is a must for the Sri Lankans to go forward in this tournament, because the Afghanistans, they have won the last game against India.
Yeah, I think definitely, as I said earlier, Sri Lanka definitely needs to win this game to have their points on the table, because as you said, we're going into the final segment of the tournament after this game. So always nice. If all 3 teams are equally matched on 2 points each, then we got a very good contest on our hand.
On the other hand, let's talk about the Afghanistan team as well. They're coming back into this game here today on a positive note, winning the game against India. What would their approach be against the Sri Lankans today?
Well, it all depends on what they want to do, whether they want to bat first or bowl first. They saw that they have the ability to chase down, because they chased a very good total against India. So interesting to see whether they will want to bat first today when they win the toss, or whether they want to bowl. But I feel if they win the toss, if they bat first, I think they will definitely want to put the runs on the board and make sure that they put the pressure on the Sri Lanka, because they know that Sri Lanka crumbled at a tense moment when they were chasing. So I think they will have that in the back of the mind as well, whether they want to bat and put a big score on the total. But we never know what's up. We'll have to take a look at the pitch, how the pitch plays, and what the captains will decide at the toss. But I feel they're playing on a new surface, and I think it's going to be an interesting game.
Here, as Kosala did mention, we are playing on a new surface. So it's very important to get to know how the surface looks like. So we have our expert, Rajiv Veerasinghe, out there in the middle to take a closer look at the surface.
A glorious morning here at Rangiridambul International Stadium. The sun is out, but there's a bit of cloud cover around the ground. Some overnight rain last night as well, but the outfield looks lush and it'll travel very, very quickly to the ropes, 75 yards around. So getting back to the surface, it's the pitch number 5 here at Rangiridambul International Stadium. It looks really, really dry for me. Hardly I can see any greenery on this surface, but it's rolled in nicely and it's very, very rock solid hard. But there are some patches for the spinners which concern maybe on the second innings, but I reckon it's a very, very good for batting once again here at Rangiridambul Stadium. So Pasco maybe 270 plus, but the captains might think because of the overnight rain there could be some moisture on this surface. So maybe win the toss, bowl first.
Well, that's what Rajiv do have out there from the middle. So Kosala, looks like a bowl first wicket, is it?
Yeah, well, it all depends on what the captain really wants to do, what your strengths are, whether your strength is chasing down or whether your strength is defending. So that is also something that teams look at more than the pitch now, because what your strengths are. Do you bat deep, or do you have your bowling strength? If you have a strength in your bowling, you would want to have a bowl first. When you feel that your batting is strong, then you might feel, okay, we will put the runs on the board and ask our bowlers to defend it. So these are little things, little mind games that come into play. But I feel, looking at the surface and looking at what Rajiv said, the captain winning the toss might feel that they want to bowl first.
Well, looking at the weather conditions as well, Kosala, looks like there might be a little bit of rain as predicted. Do you think that might come into play as well?
Yeah, we have seen on and off rain in Dambul, so this also might be considered. But going forward in a game, I think the captains will not be very much interested on the weather. I think they will always try to back themselves on what their strengths are rather than looking at the weather, because it's always very hard to play a game for your weather, because that is something that you and I and anybody can't control.
Looking at the previous two games, what do you think would be a good total, maybe a comfortable total to chase down?
Well, if you're batting first, I would say 250 or 250 plus would be a chaseable total on the surface. But the only thing around what we've seen is we've not seen much turn in the surfaces so far. The spinners have bowled well. We saw the Indian spinners bowl well against Sri Lanka. But we haven't seen that really balls that really rip through that grip and really turn. And even the wrist spinners have not really got any purchase of the wicket so far.
Right, that's what Kosala has for us with regards to the playing conditions. So it's the most important toss. Let's head down to the centre. Yes, I have Kosala with me, but he was there out a little while ago to see what happened out there with the toss.
It's day 3 and match number 3 of the Tri-Series. I have the two captains with me of Sri Lanka A, Sahanara Chige, and Imran Mir of Afghanistan A, and our match referee, Manoj Mendes. Sahan will toss the coin. Tail is the call. It is a heads. Sahan, you won the toss, and what will you be doing?
We are bowling first.
Any particular reason to be bowling?
Yesterday a little bit rain. I think a little bit moisture in there. So I think bowling first is good for us.
Today, what do you think? It's a new surface. What do you think a defendable total would be?
Not giving more than 250, 260 like I said the before matches the day, and not giving more than 250.
How does your team look like? Any changes from the previous game?
Yes, we have 3 changes. Chamika Gunasekara, Mathulan and Vishen Halambage playing today.
I wish you all the very best for today.
Thank you.
Imran, happy to be batting first?
Yeah, looks wicket was very good. Good score on the board. Maybe 7 to 8 inshallah.
So what does your team look like? Are you going with the same team that won the previous game?
One changes. Ibrahim is not playing, Shams is playing.
Right. I wish you all the very best for today.
Thank you, sir.
So the story from the centre is that the Sri Lankan captain has won the toss and they will bowl first.
Well, that's the news from the centre. The Sri Lankan skipper winning the toss and deciding to bowl first. Well, it was rightly predicted, isn't it, Kosala? So you're okay with the decision?
Yeah, I think that's what everybody would want. Like even Rajiva mentioned at the toss that it's a new surface. They will want to see how the surface behaves. So the captain might win the toss and might, because mind you, there was a victory with the run chase in game number 2. There was a victory by defending. So you never know how the pendulum swings, and especially you did mention about the weather. So all these might have been taken into consideration, and Sahanara Chige might have felt that he looks more comfortable chasing down.
Right, it's time to take a quick look at the playing 11 of the Afghanistan team. Well, Kosala, the Afghanistan batters were not exposed up to the level they wouldn't have liked the other day. What do you think about the team?
Yeah, they're going in with one change for today's game, but the fact is that there are 4 batters who batted there. They really showed maturity, isn't it? And the way they batted, especially the openers, they got them off to a good start. They lost 2 quick wickets, but then that partnership for the 3rd wicket, the way they constructed their innings, the way they handled the Indian seamers, the way they handled this, and also keep in mind, they were always keeping a mind on that Duckworth-Lewis total, because they knew that the rains were coming. It was overcast, and so they really manipulated. They really, I would say, really batted very well.
Absolutely. The Afghanistan team, they are coming out with strong guns. And taking a closer look at the Sri Lankan playing 11, Kosala, I believe there are a few changes that you need to talk about.
Yeah, because we're seeing Vishen Halambage coming into the side. So we all know how explosive he's at the top. So it's interesting to see whether he'll be opening the batting today or whether he'll be batting in number 3, because we saw Dikwala and Fernando get a good start for Sri Lanka. So that's something that we will want to look into, whether he will go at the top, whether he's going at number 3, or whether Avishka Fernando is going to drop into number 3. So that will be a little thing that we will have to wait and see what the think tank of Sri Lanka would want to do. But they had 2 changes in the seaming department. They've left out Charmika Karunaratne. They brought in the young speedster from Jaffna, and they've also brought in Gunasekara, another speedster, into the side. So I think what Sri Lanka is looking is trying to really press hard on their pace attack and try to get some wickets up front.
Well, just before wrapping up, one last question for you, Kosala. The Afghanistan batters, yes, they chased down the other day very well. What do you think their approach would be to bat first and put on a total here?
Well, the only way that they know to play is go big at the top. And I'm sure that's what they're going to do when they go out there. They will look to get the maximum out of the power play.
Well, so looks like the Afghanistan batters will go out very positively. But just a final note on the bowlers as well, about the Sri Lankan bowlers. It's very crucial during the power play, Kosala. They need to restrict the Afghanistan aggressive opening batters. What would be their strategy be about that?
I think they'll go in with their pace duo, opening from both ends, because they've got 2 fast bowlers. And they will want to attack. Maybe we might have a slip or 2 coming in early. So wickets is a key where Sri Lanka is concerned. So they will most probably want to have at least 2 wickets taken during that power play.
Right, then we are all set for the start of the play. The players, including the batters, are making their way to the middle. So that's it we have here from here. Thank you very much, Kosala, and back live to the Combox.
Thank you, Iran. Thank you, Kosala. It's the 3rd game of the Talent TV A-Team Tri-Nation One-Day Series 2026 here at Rangiri Dambulla International Cricket Stadium. Well, it's a bright and sunny day. It looks very, very glorious for cricket. So the playing 11 for today, Afghanistan seems to be playing the same 11, but one change. Shams-ur-Rahman comes into the side, and Zahirpan Pakteen also, the fast bowler, comes into the side. The batting looks very, very promising for Afghanistan playing 11. And Sri Lanka has made 4 changes today, with Vishen Halabage coming in, getting the A-team cap today, the debutant, and also Kugadas Mathulan coming into the side with Charmika Gunasekara also, and Ahan Wickramasinghe. So promising young cricketers giving equal opportunities in this series to showcase their talent. This is where the stars begin their platform to go into the next level. So joining with me, very good morning, Gamini.
Very good morning, Rajiv. A very good morning, everyone. Whoever is joining us from right around the world, this telecast is going right around, so it's a privilege for us to bring you all these pictures live from Dambulla. Yeah, good news for Sri Lankan side is that they've got 2 debutants, and I'm looking forward to see those 2 are in action. Hemanta Boteju, on-field umpire today, along with Ravindra Vimalasiri, very experienced campaigner indeed. And Kotachi, the TV umpire, and Chandrika Amarasinghe, the 4th umpire, along with Manoj Mendis, match referee. Intriguing encounter, Rajiv, no doubt. Both Afghanistan and India got a win in the column, and now suddenly Sri Lanka got a tough task ahead, and today's result is mighty important for them.
Yeah, definitely. It was a very, very crucial defeat in the first game. There have been Imran Mir, the skipper, the opener. He's another prolific batter among the runs. And scored a half century. He was the man of the match in the first game. And Hassan Ezekiel, son of the president, Mohammad Nabi. He looks really promising as well with the, inside the power play, he looked very, very aggressive, very good technique player. So Shiraz hold the new ball to open the proceedings for Sri Lanka. 2 slips in place. More of a very packed offside field. Yes, Sri Lanka coming after a loss. And it's a must-win game to make this series alive. So here we go. Shiraz from the Combox end. Oh, lovely. Lovely bit of timing. What a way to start. A juicy half volley from Mohammad Shiraz. And Imran Mir pounces on it.
A wonderful start. Overpitched. Probably looking to get that ball swinging away from the right-hander. Too full. Yeah, he's in terrific form, isn't he? He showed a glimpse of his talent in that last outing, Rajiv. Yeah, with the fielders inside the circle. That's a wrong length to start.
He was unbeaten somewhere around 80 runs in the first game. A quick single. Almost. Oh, that could have been very close. He's not happy, Ezekiel, there.
Not close. I think he would have been a corner. Very, very lucky. Very often in the fielder coming from mid-on, you can see most of the stumps, can't you? 3 stumps, went underarm throw. How did he miss that? Well, I reckon he was a foot outside. Or more than a foot outside. He wouldn't have been in the picture, would he? What a let off.
I think that's Shamika Gunasekara at mid-on. Very happy to get an early wicket inside the power play. Yeah, pushing for the second run. This is very good batting. Running the first run hard and then overthrows as well. Well, a poor throw. But no backing up, an extra run. 3 runs to the total. Well, not the ideal start, I would say. 7 runs already been conceded. Yeah, we'll take a look at this. The throw going wayward over Dikwalla. But no backing up, Gamini.
Well, comedy of errors here, Rajiva.
Middle.
Sri Lanka needed to win this game badly. A couple of mistakes creeping in already. Maybe overexcitement. But Afghanistan will take it. 7 for no loss already.
At the moment you pitched up on this surface, it runs. But that back of the length line with the new ball, Shiraz loves to bowl to the right hand just to bring that ball in. So I reckon that's the ideal length. Not to a full. Hassan Ezekiel, some other runs. They had a good partnership, these 2 batters, in the run chase. Jogging back in. Yeah, that's good stuff from Shiraz. Apart from that first delivery, which went for a boundary, I think he needs to adjust himself. He needs to bowl that uncertain line.
Yeah, that one hurried on to him. I think the previous delivery held up a touch on the surface, but this one definitely 5 yards quicker. Was conceding 7 of his first 5 deliveries, looking to finish this over well, possibly with a wicket. There's a change in the field. A slip comes to that short mid-wicket position. Nice length. Just prods in front of him. End of the first over. Afghanistan 7 for no loss.
Right arm over. Yes, sir. Next.
Shamika Gunasekara. Well, Gunasekara loves to bring that ball in, and he's a natural outswinger bowler with 2 slips in place with the new ball. I felt that there is something on the surface in the first over. What Sri Lanka needs to do is get that advantage by winning the toss. Yes, that's what I said. He's a natural outswing bowler, but that odd delivery
He loves to bring that into the right-handers. Chamika Gunasekara, another promising cricketer.
And this kind of weather, it's very difficult to get the swing, or the conventional swing you call it. Well, definitely swung away from that outside edge, isn't it? There's only one way he knows how to play. Is anything in his arc, he's going to get onto that front foot. Another swing and a miss. Sekaro, yeah, like you said, from NCC. Got years of experience. He's the fourth umpire, Chandrika Amarasinghe.
He's a red ball specialist. He loves to bowl with a new ball, even with at NCC. But now in the one-day format, he tends to get that natural outswing, like you mentioned, Garmin, the conventional outswinger. Yeah, that's more of a very good line. Not too wide.
Looks simplistic, but as a bowler, when you come to bowl with a new ball on a fresh pitch, one of the major ingredients that you should have is to find the correct length. I reckon that's the perfect length on this pitch. What you call the nagging length. You can't really get on the front foot. You can't either go on the back foot either.
Look at that seam coming upright. Beautiful. Too wide. I like to see him bowling that fourth stump line in wide in the batter where the two slips can come into play with the outside edge. And he's bowling with the wind.
We just spoke about it, didn't we? His stock ball, his seam-up delivery normally goes away from the right hand, and he's got a breeze. You can see from his trousers and his T-shirt. It's quite wobbling it. There's a strong breeze coming from his left to right. Push gently to the off stump. Does well off his own bowling. Yeah, check the players' uniforms. You can get a small idea about how strong this breeze is.
Yeah, on that occasion, it's more often that won't see from Shami Gunaseka. That was a wobbly seam delivery. But he's a natural outswing bowler. In Club Arena, most of the wickets have gone behind the stumps for him because of that outswing, especially with the new ball. Oh, lovely delivery. Didn't carry to the Queller, but I reckon that really squared him up. And it really, really interested Imran there. Yeah, take a look at this.
That was a pearl. How did that miss? Gracious me. Well, one thing that the batter needs to take into consideration in this situation is his base. The ball is swinging in there, so you need a good base. Now you see he's unbalanced, isn't he? A very strong back foot. So you can move your front foot across towards the swinging side. Again, moving across the crease. I have tried that in dipper. But good finish. None for 8 after 2.
Siraj will continue from the com box, gave away 7 runs. So I think these two bowlers have the perfect combo. Shamika Gunasekara bowling from the new media box in with the breeze. Oh, deft touched onto the leg side. Yeah, a couple of runs. And Hassan Ezekiel is off the mark with that double. With Shiraz bowling from the commentary box in. And the breeze coming in towards the right-handed batters. He is a natural in-swing bowler.
I think that is why he's got 4 fielders on the onside, whereas when Chamika was bowling, he had 6 fielders on the offside, the swinging side. So in this case, got a lot more protection on the on. Oh, beautifully punched. Save your leg, son. You don't need to run for that.
Yeah, lovely shot. Through extra cover. That's his first boundary. Hassan Ezekiel. Another delivery which was pitched up and in wide in the batter and some width also. And with the 3 fielders only on the offside and not much protection, and this outfield helps it along nicely. And look at that time. The elbow was straight. And the slip comes out. More protection, more defensive now. It's a bad delivery. And you take the slip out, Gamini. And Sri Lanka going very defensively off the bowling of Shiraz.
Erring in line. Shiraz obviously going to have a bit more control with the new ball. Strong breeze. You can see Rajiv, you got a ring of fielders on the off and on the onside. There's a point, cover, extra cover, mid off on the off. Mid on, mid bigger, short, fine leg on the onside along with deep square leg. That's a better delivery, better length.
I think he's covering all areas now. What he needs to do is to bowl towards the stumps. He can't afford to give width on the offside, and he can't afford to bowl straight down the leg side. But he needs to bowl stump to stump. The moment you bowl and bring the batter on the driving length, it's about runs, because that good this surface is. But Sri Lanka winning the toss and bowling first. They need to get that advantage, especially inside the power play, Gamini. Earlier came, they grabbed a couple of wickets against India. Oh, lovely punch off the back foot. Save your legs, Zahan. That's another boundary.
Yeah, it just shows how good this pitch is. It's around that 8-meter mark, slightly on the shorter side, but right underneath his eyes. Didn't try to overhit it. That's a wonderful shot. You get plenty of value for your shots here at Ranvir Dambulla Stadium. You just have to get the placement right.
Once you pass that infield, if you place it with that pack offside field, it's runs. And even if the fielder runs after it, it doesn't have any chance. Well, Shiraz, quite expensive in this over so far. 11 runs in his second over, conceding 18 runs. And Afghanistan, these two batters had a very good stand in the previous game as well. And they're inching for another good start inside the power play. Hassan Ezekiel missing out. He batted well. But his partner, the skipper, he was unbeaten with his half century in the previous game, which went on to win for Afghanistan. Again, on the leg side. Couple of runs for Hassan Ezekiel. So 13 runs coming off Shiraz's second over. 3 overs done. Afghanistan A, 21 for no loss.
That's a beautiful shot at Ranvir Dambulla Stadium. Afghanistan off to a flyer. 3 overs, 21. It's not just brilliant batting. I think the bowlers have contributed to that too. They're bowling from both sides. That's nice. Gunasekara aiming right at the pegs.
Indeed, Gamine, that fourth stump line with the ball going away. The sun is being hidden right now. This is the perfect time for him to bowl that very good deliveries outside the off stump. And that nagging line outside the off stump invites the batter to drive with the two slips in place. This is the perfect moment for Chamika. He bowled very good over in his first over. So, short delivery.
Yeah, I think this is good. Gunasekara is giving something for the batter to think about. Because Imran was predominantly on the front foot, wasn't he? First real change of length. And he was beaten for speed, mind you. Fine leg was inside the circle. You can see how well Gunasekara is operating at the minute. First 8 balls have conceded only 1 run. In contrast, where Shiraz was keeping it wide.
Yes.
Nice follow-up delivery. Yeah, Dick Weller appreciated his effort.
Yeah, that was the first runs off the bat of the bowling of Chamika Gunasekara, and earlier in his very first over bowled a wide. So I think he has bowled very good lines and lengths comparatively from Mohammad Shiraz. So this is what happens when you take that ball away, especially with the new ball inside the power play from the right-handed batters. But I reckon this is the first time he's bowling at Hassan Ezekiel. This is going to be a very good test for Chamika Gunasekara because predominantly Hassan Ezekiel is a very good offside player.
Short arm jab on the offside, straight to mid-off. Yeah, he's still got 2 slips in place, so that's a good indication that the bowler is trying to get you out still. I think it's imperative that Sri Lanka needs to do that because if they let these Afghanistan batters to do their own thing, suddenly things will be looking ominous by about the 10th over and there'll be none for 65, 70. At least they are backing Chamika's control at the minute, whereas Shiraz is struggling in that area. Oh, calls for a quick one. Hurry! Safely home.
Yeah, very good running. Hassan Ezekiel, the moment he saw the fielder, he was going for it. Yeah, that's good batting, rotating the strike, understanding and trusting your partner. Just tap on it. He knew that the field was a little deep. And he was going to the danger end, Hassan Ezekiel there.
Yeah, one thing that you mentioned about running between Rajiv, I reckon Imran was fractions late to respond to that call. If you're going to have a good chemistry between you and your partner, as the non-striker, you need to know what your striker is trying to do and how his game is. Had a second bite of that cherry, but oopsie daisies, she goes down.
Chance gone begging. 4 was done, 23 for none. Well, 4 overs 23 for none. Spin being introduced early inside the power play. One of Sahan into the attack from the commentary box end. Another promising left arm orthodox spinner. He was very good in the previous series against New Zealand A. And straight away, getting some bite off the surface. So, gate number 2 is widespread and open freely for the spectators to come witness the young stars here at Rangiridambul International Stadium. So please come and watch these young stars battling it out. So we'll take a look at this, Gamini. The outside edge. And on the second go, well, for a moment I thought Dickwell would have grabbed it. But that's a chance gone begging. That's what Sri Lanka A wanted inside the power play with the new ball.
Yeah, all that hard work by Gunasekara was nearly rewarded, wasn't it? As a slipper, when you get a catch above your shoulder, when you have reverse cup, those are easy ones to take. Just set the finger in the wrong position, then Ahan Wickramasinghe.
Well, one is on. It's getting some turn off this surface. And this is the 5th over with the new ball. Oh, there you see Sri Lanka fans coming in to witness this game.
Oh, yes, good bowling.
So far, very good over. 5 dot deliveries from Wanujasan. This is a very good move from Sahanara Chige to break that rhythm, break the variation of pace. Single. Very good over from Wanujasan to start up his proceedings. 5 overs done. Afghanistan A, 24 for none.
$24 for no loss. 5 overs completed. Shamika Gunasekara was very unlucky in his last over. He has been terrific in his first 2 overs. Still got 2 slips in place. Straightish delivery. I'll tell you what, Rajiv, we've seen only 6 balls of spin thus far. I can see a fascinating contest today with bat and spin bowling.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, lovely. Supporting Sri Lanka A. But there was a moment where the seamer would have got rewarded. Chamika Gunasekara, he has bowled well so far. Just conceding only 3 runs. Oh, lovely shot. It was short and it was placed nicely into that deep wicket, mid-wicket boundary. And Hassan Ezekiel gets another boundary.
Hammered it away. Now, if you're watching at home as a youngster, this is exactly how you play the pull shot. See where his hands come up from. Above the shoulder, hands coming from high to low. And hit it in front. He was in full control of that one, didn't he? That is a super shot.
I think I like to see Chamika bowling more fuller and get that ball to swing. And not the shorter ball option. With a widespread field on the offside. And not much fielders on the leg side. There you see, just after that boundary, getting a single, getting off strike. And I reckon Hassan Ezekiel has shown a lot of maturity in his career. He's a young cricketer, has played a lot of T20 cricket. And with the experience coming in with Imran, senior partner.
Very nice to see that Some people have turned up. They're looking at the future cricketers, aren't they? There are some players who are trying to get back into the national team. Some people looking for experience in that next level. I was just going to say, stay there for 2 seconds so we could take a picture.
Yeah, picturesque, definitely. Photogenic shot from Imran Mir. Another delivery which was pitched in that arc, the driving length. What he needs to do is, if it's pitched on that length, Gamini, just make sure that bat hits the middle of it.
Let's see whether we can see another replay of that shot. He reminds me of a batter called Michael Slater. For Australia, the double back lift and the front foot drive.
The elbow comes on top, isn't it? That flow of that drive. Well, similar kind of a shot, just like you mentioned, Michael Slater. But luckily, there's protection for Chamika. He's been expensive in this over. 10 runs off it.
They're talking about the batter's movement. Let's have a look at Chamika Gunasekara's action. Yeah, arms are moving from either side of the body. Economical, gathering speed. Good wrist snap, that you can call it. Yeah, very unfortunate not to have something on the wickets column. Dot ball to end the 6th over, 34 for no loss.
So slip in place for Manu Jasan. I reckoned with that ball getting some bite, getting some turn on the surface earlier on. But I felt trying to go for that single. But I reckon, Gamini, if the sun is popping out, he hits on this strip. I reckon it gets better and better. Oh, lovely to see. Lovely pictures, lovely to see. Coming to watch this game. Oh, quick single once again.
Sometimes these tiny things go unnoticed in a game of cricket. That was very poor from that fielder. The previous ball, the batter was trying to do the same thing. If you're a good fielder, you are supposed to anticipate what's going to happen the next ball. And I can definitely say that he wasn't.
Yeah, definitely. You need to anticipate previous delivery also. He wanted to tap and run. And the fielders should have that awareness, isn't it, Gamini? To save the singles. Yes, once it passes, it's a 4. But you need to save those singles. You need to build that pressure. Get a run out. That's what you need to do. Get a breakthrough inside the power play. Oh, lovely. A lovely bit of turn early in the day.
I'll tell you what, worrying signs. If you're a Sri Lankan supporter, you win the toss and you put them into bat. That's none for 35 in the 7th over, and the ball is turning like that, and you're going to bat second in the afternoon.
Oh, lovely flighted delivery. Again, another quick single. But I didn't see the field charging. I mean, not trying to save that single. But Gamini, take a look at this. Dragging the batter outside, but he never dragged it. He never dragged it back foot. Oh, lovely. Quicker one there, coming with the arm. Eventful one. Just 3 runs coming off it. 7 done. 37 for none.
Runs on the board after 7 overs. The 2 Afghan opening batters have got off to a very good start. The Sri Lankan bowlers looks like they're straight away under pressure. They need a breakthrough before probably they end the power play. Joining me in the combox, a very good morning, Kosala.
Morning, Iran. Not what the doctor ordered where Sri Lanka is concerned. They're going at 5 runs and over. Just a fraction over 5. They're very unfortunate when that catch is dropped. But Charmik has been good, but the batters have been even better.
Yeah, they have done a decent job, isn't it? 7.1 overs, 38 runs on the board. They have played some sensible cricket. They haven't really taken any serious chances, but the poor deliveries, the looser ones, have been put away with no mercy. On the other hand, the Sri Lankan bowlers, they need to try and keep things under control. Charmik Gunasekara getting a chance in this second game. An important game for the Sri Lankans. They need to win this game. Looks like the ball is coming onto the bat nicely, Kozal, isn't it? If you take a closer look at that previous punch.
Yeah, the bounce is good. But also, the fact that I saw the ball turning in the previous over when it was on. It's going to be interesting to see whether it become a 2-pace wicket as the game goes on. Now, this was totally not acceptable. That was a very straightforward catch. And I just can't imagine how that popped out. The slip was placed for that. How costly will that be where Sri Lanka is concerned? That's what we need to look at. They really have been doing that very well, isn't it? Playing off the front foot, driving, punches off the back foot. This is a few of the crowd that's come in on those grass banks. This is a beautiful sight. It's a picturesque venue, Iran. But all eyes on these two at the moment. The skipper and the son of the most valuable cricketer that Afghanistan has ever produced. Mohammad Nabi. Six men on the off for Gunasekara. Deep square and deep point are the boundary riders. He's going fuller on the offside, which is okay, but he just can't afford to miss 1 inch on that length he's bowling.
Yeah, the good thing about these batters is they have played through the line. That is what has really given them this result so far after 7.5 overs. Yes, there was a chance that went down. As you did mention, Kosala, it's going to be very vital to see how much is it going to cost at the end of the day. There you go. Beautiful shot. Their wrist protection will be just the 1 run. Good over from the Sri Lankan point of view. Just a couple of runs. 8 overs done. 30. In fact, we have one more delivery, is it? Looks like we have one more delivery left.
There you go. The reaction time was also there. And he went the correct way with cupped arms. Last ball coming up of the over. Looking for that single, but it's not on. End of the 8th, it's 39 for none.
Beautiful scenes. A picturesque venue located in the center of this beautiful island, the Rangiridambul International Cricket Stadium. Well, one of the main purposes is just to make sure that we have less games that will be interrupted due to bad weather. Vanuja Sahani will continue. He's into his third over. Just the 4 runs conceded. Looks like Kaushal the spin might play a crucial role throughout this game.
Talking about that, they'll get one more. But talking about spin, you did talk about spin. We felt that Sri Lanka played one batter less that day. We're playing one spinner less today.
Very interesting fact, isn't it? The other day we did the mistake. In fact, the Sri Lankans did the mistake of playing one batter less. It looks like the Sri Lankans might miss out on one spinner today. It's interesting to see how the surface will behave. Trying to get the broom out. Not connecting it well though.
Yeah, but also the fact Sahana Arachike can bowl some off spin. Vishen Halabage comes in and bowls a few of those cutters. So Sri Lanka would feel that they have those areas covered. But they badly need a wicket. Oh, now was that a chance? Was that close? We'll have to wait and see. They will have to be curtailed with a single, but Vishen Halabage was the... no, it was not him, it was the slip fielder. Halabage was doing the cover. Final look at that. Outside edge. Just wide of the diving slip fielder. Now there's a loud shout! But umpire Vimala Siri, or is it Boteju? Is unmoved. Interested. Vimala Siri is the umpire on that occasion. Take a look at this. That should have been close. Maybe did a little too much. But that's a beauty. Very well bowled. Hit him on the back leg. The Sri Lankans thought they had their man. But it's also the angle around that he bowls, isn't it? That's the end of the over. It's 42 for none. So this is what the Sri Lankans were very interested about. The reason is, Iran, if you look, Vanuja Sahan gets very wide at the crease, so that angle is going to take it past the leg stump. So I think that's a very good call from umpire Vimala Siri. Better, but the single is on. They're looking for 2, but they'll have to be happy with 1. So this is Mathulan playing his first list game for all the way from the north. He makes his way into the Sri Lankan side. Kugadas Mathulan. He's been rated as a very young prospect, an up-and-coming prospect that Sri Lanka will be very keen on.
And it's great to see that Sri Lankans producing some fabulous young fast bowlers. There is protection at deep point, but more importantly, coming from the northern part of from the Jaffna area in Sri Lanka, making it to the Sri Lankan A team. Great work by this young man. And talking about the northern part, we need to talk about the central part of this country as well. These are the pictures that you could see around this picturesque venue. Plenty of greenery. Lots of mountains. The Ipankoto Lake located around the ground as well.
They've got soft hands, getting the single. Just very good batting once again. Imran and Hassan, they've been doing a wonderful job where Afghanistan is concerned. The captain is with loads of experience. He's got runs in the previous game. There's not only Matul, and there's also V.S. Khan, who's made into this side through the northern part of the country. Oh, the invitation was given, but Imran was withdrawing. And also, did you know, Iran, that there's a very old traditional game that has been played in Jaffna, which has played over 100 games. It's a big match, a college big match that's been played in the northern part of the country. St. John's Jaffna and Jaffna Central College. Oh, beautifully done. Very good cricket all around. It is a good delivery. It is a good shot. It is a good bit of fielding. Good cricket all around.
Yeah, what I'm liking about these two batters, as I did mention previously as well, they have rotated the strike well. Let's take a closer look at that previous delivery. Good bit of fielding. Few runs saved there. But coming back to that point, being the power play, they haven't really relied on the big shots alone. They have made sure they have done the basics right. If you take a closer look at these over, 5 runs or 5 deliveries. Oh, that's a picture-perfect shot. Get your pencils out. Start drawing. Make it 9 runs off the over. 10 overs done. 51 without loss.
Well, 10 overs have been completed, 51. And there goes the signal from umpire Vimala Siri. That is the commencement of the second power play. The period will be 10 to 40. 51 for none. Iran, and it's been fantastic from the Afghanistan openers after being asked to bat first. Now, this is worrying signs for the Sri Lankans. And you can see that V.S. Khan, Vijay Khan, has been brought in. I think this is the first time in the history of Sri Lanka you're seeing 2 lads from the northern part of Sri Lanka operating in tandem for Sri Lanka. Starts off with the ball.
Yeah, great signs, isn't it? Beautiful pictures. That shows how much of talent this country produces.
Now that's the boundary of the last ball of the over. That is gun barrel straight, isn't it? Beautifully done.
Short on that equation, but talking about the power play, the Afghan batters, they have done a brilliant job. I feel that they're right on top at this stage, especially after 10.2 overs, 52 runs on the board. Both batters looks very much settled, and especially Imran, once again getting that good start, continuing from where he stopped the other day. So these are great signs. But these are worrying signs for the Sri Lankans.
Well, he's not a great turner of the ball. He depends more on his googly as his stock ball, and he bowls more top spin.
Easy.
I like the way these batters are going about working that single, playing with soft hands. Now, Vijayakanth is more of an Anil Kumble type of a leg spinner. He's got that height. He brings his arm comes very straight. If you get an opportunity to look at his action, if you really see his arm comes from very high arm at 12 o'clock. So those are the reasons why he doesn't really get that ripping leg spinner coming in. Oh, good work. Very good work. This is what Sri Lanka needs to do.
Yeah, one area that they could improve themselves, try and bowl plenty of dot deliveries. Keep pressurizing the batters. They shouldn't be giving away easy singles. The more dot deliveries they bowl, the batters will tend to look at those risky options. That completes over number 11, 53 without loss.
$53 for none. If you haven't heard and if you just joined us, this is the third game of the Talent TV Tri-Series session. This is what happened during the power play. The Afghan team was sent into bat and they just kept putting the bad balls away and playing some delightful strokes to take them to where they are. 53 for none at the moment.
Yeah, both batters showing a lot of maturity, in fact. Playing according to the conditions. They haven't lost a wicket. That's the important fact. Gets an outside edge, trying to throw the kitchen sink outside the off stump. A 50-plus run partnership. It has been a very positive start. But coming back to that point, the Sri Lankan bowlers, including the fielders, they need to try and look out for a strategy, what differently they could do to break this partnership, because the more time these batters spend out there in the middle, it's going to be more trouble for the Sri Lankan team. This is an important passage of play as well for both teams. The power play done. Maybe up until the 25th over, it's going to be very crucial. That will really tell you the story of how things might end up during the second part of the innings. And this passage, the 15-over passage, Afghanistan's, if they could grab another 75 to 80 runs, maybe without losing a wicket, or maybe with one wicket down, that would be ideal for them. But keeping that aside, it's an important game for the Sri Lankans, Coastal, especially after losing their first game against the Indians. So it's kind of a must-win game for them, isn't it?
Yeah, I did mention earlier also, it's a must-win game because you go into the business end of the tournament in the next round. And if you're not with a win, because then you have to win your remaining two games and depend on the outcome of other teams. So you don't need to go, you mustn't allow yourself to try and go into that situation. If you notch up a win here, all teams go with equal points, and it becomes a wide open game. Oh, I like it. I love the way he does it. This is not the first time. This is the second time he's done that. He's just punched that back past the bowler. Hassan is on a mission here, and he keeps continuing to drive this ball gun barrel straight past the bowler.
Once again, doing that carnal error of bowling it fuller, in line with the stumps, and one of the most beautiful shots that you could see on the cricketing books. Now look at that, a little bit of pause. Something on offer for the cameraman out there. Beautiful. He moves on to 35. Hassan looks solid out there. Goes short. Well, there is protection behind square. Now, this is what maturity shows. You get a boundary and you cross over to the other end.
Yeah, what is not acceptable where Mathulan is concerned, I think, Iran, is that he's got a deep point and a deep square, a deep fine and a deep third. And he goes fuller with your mid-on and mid-off up in the circle. So you're expecting the batter to drive you downtown. So I think this is something that... But he adjusted in the next delivery, went back on the line. Let's see what he does now. Yeah, that's better. And that is finally going down the throat. Now this is exactly what I was referring to. Bowl to your field. That's what your coach and captain will tell you.
Yeah, spot on, Kosala. You couldn't have told it better. Well, with having 4 fielders behind square, you can't afford to bowl it full and straight. So he adjusted immediately. And he gets paid the dividends. Look at that. Short, wide outside the off stump. Inviting the batter to go for that shot.
Well, it also marks the first wicket for Mathulan in international cricket. But Imran Mir, the captain, departs for 21. Afghanistan are 60 for 1.
Yes. Hey.
Yep, this is how the Afghanistan batters have gone about. Hassan is still there on 36. Imran Mir, the captain, has just been dismissed. Now Khalid, he will want to make runs today. Vanuja Sahan will start over number 13. Khalid Tanwal is a new batter in. He didn't get him on the runs in the previous game. He'll want to make amends for that. But all eyes will now be on Hassan. He's on 35. Vanuja Sahan. Sorry, it's Vieskant. I beg your pardon. Sorry. Starting his second over. This is the last wicket to fall. Going for that uppercut. But playing it down the throat of the fielder. And this time, Shiraz not making any mistake on that. Slip in place for the new batter. Oh, that's a beauty. That's a beauty. That one was a wrong one. I don't think the batter picked that, but that would have been going down the leg side. Let's take a look at that. Was it the height? Might have done a little too much, I feel. That's what the Sri Lankans feel, that they had their man. Interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, a very close call. Khalid, he would definitely feel that he was lucky on that occasion. A loud appeal again. But this time, surely sliding down the leg side. It has been an eventful over. Plenty of wrong ends against the right-hand batter.
Pressure applied by Viaskan. That would have been missing leg for sure. Oh, beauty. Well, is it a drop catch? Did that one turn from Viaskan? It was the leg break. And they will come back for 3. And as you quite correctly said, Iran, it's a very eventful over. And the luck has not been on the side of the bowler. Let's take a look at that again. Outside, it took the glove, lobbed, and just over the slip fielder. And it also marks the end of the 13th over. Afghanistan are 64 for 1.
Well, plenty of drama. 13 overs, 64 runs on the board. He went full over the previous one from Viaskant. Mathulan will continue. Short and wide outside the off stump on that occasion.
Well, it's a proud moment, isn't it, for everyone watching this coverage, if you're from the northern part of Sri Lanka, because you got 2 players, 2 bowlers. Now, this is the previous delivery, the last ball. But oh, he gets his fingertips onto that one. That, I think, might have been taken if there was a better effort from the fielder. You can see the reaction of the captain. He's disappointed. But coming back to that point, we got 2 bowlers from the northern part of the country operating in tandem and causing problems here in Dambul. But beautifully done. This time, it'll find the boundary. Little margin for error. And very comfortably put away by the batsman.
Yeah, in this surface, there's very little space. The margins for error, short, wide outside the off stump, asking to be hit. And the batter not requiring a second invitation. Khalid beautifully places it. There are 2 fielders behind square, a deep point and a deep third man. But he still manages to thread it between those 2 fielders. Oh, once again, miswheeled. Now, this is one area that the Sri Lankans will need to focus on if they are looking to settle down the Afghanistanis to a lower total.
Yep, I think Khalid likes the ball short because he looks almost a batter who likes to play square on the wicket. The reason for that, if you really look at his bat grip, he holds the bat very tight to the bottom. So he looks a more bottom hand heavy batter. So that's why he would like that ball coming on a short of a length or on a not on a lengthwise. And this time Hassan goes over extra and will find the boundary. This is proving to be an expensive over from Midland, but Afghanistan are on a mission here.
Well, short wide outside the off stump again, not very well directed by Mathulan. That was asked to be hit. Not much of a pace, jumping on his toes, extra cover inside the circle. And once you get it past the 30-yard circle, here in Dambulla, as batters, you will have full value for the shots that you played. 9 runs of this over so far. It has been an expensive one. He will need to try and adjust his line and length. Yeah, that's a much better delivery. Well, talking about Khalid Taniwal, has been playing the under-19s for the Afghanistan team. Currently 19 years of age, 14 list A games, 3 centuries under his name as well. So he's a very capable batter.
Has to be, isn't it? And he's batting at number 3. He has to be a very careful batter. Hassan's on a mission. He's on 41. And this time again, using the pace of the bowler, third boundary of the over. Hassan will move on to 45. And Afghanistan will end over number 14 at 77 for 1.
Right, so 77 runs on the board for the loss of just 1 wicket. Afghanistan going on nicely here. They lost a wicket, but these two batters have shown some great promise so far in this partnership of 17 runs, just 12 deliveries. Here's Viskant, back with the ball in hand. A short pitch delivery as a welcome Gamini. Gamini, Afghanistan obviously going on well, 77 for the loss of 1 wicket. Khalid and Hassan just going on nicely.
Yeah, hello Sandra, hello everyone. This was the last ball of the previous over, deliberately opening his bottom hand to get that gap between cover point and deep third.
Nice, good bowling.
Yes, Kant has been good. He's in halfway mark in his third over. Just 6. He could have easily had 1 or 2. There were a couple of very close calls, wasn't it? And then dropped chance. Well, having said that, I put the mockers on him. He bowls down the leg side.
Yeah, the spinners have done a good job so far for Sri Lanka. The pace has obviously been taken on for cleaners. Charmika, of course, started off well, but when the day goes on, even the Charmika was taken on for cleaners. Then came the spinners, Manuj and Viskant, doing some damage control, but they need wickets here at this stage of the game. 78 for 1, and they're cruising at the moment. As they can pick up a wicket or 2 here. And put them in the game right back.
Good bowling, yes.
Yeah, I think the conditions favouring the batters, to be honest. But having said that, Sri Lankans have had few opportunities, haven't they? Viskant relying on his wrong ones and the front of the hand sliders. Doesn't really turn his leg spin a lot, by long. But 79 with that single takes to 80 for 1 after 15.
Right, so 15 overs done. 79 for the loss of 1 wicket. An interesting change. Mohammad Shiraz comes in. His first couple of overs went for plenty, 20 runs. But now coming into his second spell, Shiraz will have to prove himself here. Bowled well in that first game against India. Did well with the ball in hand. But now against Afghanistan, the first couple overs didn't really go according to his plans. This is a confident-looking dugout, isn't it? The Afghanistan, obviously, after winning that game against India, coming into this game against Sri Lanka, and they're in a good position. It's been a good tournament so far. This Talent TV 18 Tri-Nation One Day Series 2026.
Yeah, no doubt that they are the happier bunch out of the two who are in action today. Shiraz bowling to a very similar field to Mathulan. And very similar length to Mathulan as well. Just stand and deliver towards that deep point area. Yeah, Afghanistan, they do bat deep, Osanda, so it's imperative that the Sri Lankans need to pick up wickets at regular intervals if they want to put any pressure. Otherwise, they'll be looking at a very big total to chase. Having looked at the spinners being operated this morning, well, there's a bit of turn and there's a bit of bounce. Afghanistan do have a couple of very good spinners, don't they? Off cutter, very nicely done. Now, this is a quality that this is requirement that you need if you want to be very efficient in the middle of the innings, particularly in the second power play from 10th to 40th. That was a very good delivery, off cutter, but he just played with soft hand, allowed the ball to come and hit the bat rather than bat going and having an impact on the ball. So that's what you call that you got good control of your hand speed. This time punched, but outside edge, educational, you could call it, for another single.
Yeah, it's such an important aspect, isn't it, as you correctly mentioned, Garmin, in these middle overs, to get those ones and twos, to get the scoreboard to continue with that momentum, to push the momentum through to the last 10 overs of this game. So Afghanistan just doing the right thing here, and Shiraz in this over gave away only 3 runs, but at this stage, what they really require at this stage of wickets, at least 1 or 2 wicket here, as I mentioned earlier. Oh, this time asking the question. Yeah, probably just... Yeah, an inside edge. Could be an inside edge as well. Half of an appeal. Nothing much there from Shiraz as well. Immediately he knew.
You keep an eye on Dick Weller. You'll get the message. He went up very late, didn't he? Final delivery. The dot ball. 82 for 1 after 16.
Right, so Viskant to bowl his 4th over. None for 8, he bowled well. Been doing his variations quite nicely. Been bowling those deliveries. Is coming in right in towards the right-hander. And the conventional leg spinners as well. So Khalid, 11 of 18. We'll have a battle in hand with Viskant and of course Hassan at the other end, 46 of 47. Been out there in the middle for some time, understands how this surface works and how the spinners would operate on this surface. So these middle overs are going to be extremely crucial for the Afghanistan and for Sri Lanka as well. Asking the question there, and the finger goes up. So Viskant finally gets a breakthrough that he's been eyeing for so long.
Once again, a wrong one. And certainly gripped on the surface, didn't it? And just skidded through, really. This will be very interesting. He's a very disappointed person at the minute. Why? Let's have a look. Wide of the crease. The umpire's call, wasn't it? Yeah, I think he picked the wrong one all right, but it's just that it spun a bit too much. He goes for 46 or 48. Another start for him. 83 for 2. Player's going to have a drink.
Right, so 16.3 overs, Afghanistan losing their second wicket, and this is how it looks at the moment for Afghanistan. Imran Mir, 21 of 32, and Hassan got a start once again, 46 of 48, but unfortunately got dismissed. The bowling of Vijaykanth Viyaskant. And in terms of bowling,
yeah, it was hard work for the Paceys early. Shiraz, 3 overs for 23. Charmika Gunasekara, I thought he was a bit unlucky. Those figures actually doesn't indicate how well he bowled. He was very unlucky not to have a wicket in the column. Manu Jasahan and Viyaskant picked that last wicket. Well, didn't pick the wrong one. Bahir.
Yes.
Although he gets off the mark with that inside edge. This was the last wicket. Now have a close look at this one. Yeah, definitely skidded through. Sri Lankans have had some close ones. I think they'll be wrapped that one has gone their way.
Indeed, Viyaskant has been quite good so far. You look at his figures, 3.5, 1 wicket for just 10 runs. It just tells you the story, how good as he has been so far. There we go once again. A brilliant over comes to an end. Just a couple of runs and a wicket from Viyaskant. 17 overs done, 84 for 2. Right, so 84 for 2, 17 overs. Done and dusted for Afghanistan. A timely wicket in the previous over. Bahir Shah, a right-handed batter. He was quite outstanding in that previous game against India. Did a really good job with the bat, and there we go, a quick single. Oh, a direct hit would have been really, really interesting. And the replay, Garmini, would tell us how close that delivery was to hit on that stumps right when the batter comes into the dive.
That's another coach killer for the fielding guru, I'll tell you. Fielding at mid-offs, looking at all three stumps, he would have been a goner. Yeah. I reckon he would have been out. But very good effort by the batter, though. Putting in the dive. This one punched hard again on the offside. Sadira Samaravikrama. Sadira, who's the fielding at mid-off? Yeah, one thing that I'm very impressed with these Afghanistan batters, not only that they possess a lot of power, they do know how to drop the ball in front, play with soft hands, and keep the fielders at bay. And they are not one-dimensional by any means. That's why they were able to get that 70 odd for 2 against a formidable attack from India. Ducks underneath that one. Well, that's an interesting delivery. Dickwella picked that up on the bounce. So is that an indication that this pitch is getting slower?
But at the same time, Shiraz has been quite good in this second spell so far, in his previous over as well, and now maybe just trying out a few different sort of variations just to test things out against these two batters, especially against Bahir, who's the new man in, who have faced only 3 deliveries, just testing out the batter. And as you correctly mentioned, Garmini, Afghanistan, they've played a very matured cricket so far in this Talent TV 8-team Tri-Nation one-day series. Beaten India and now coming into this game against Sri Lanka A. They've done a good job with the bat in hand. Have been put into bat by Sri Lanka A, but winning the toss. Khalid and Bahir, the two batters out there in the middle. Just making sure that they're taking those 1s and 2s on offer. and picking up those odd boundaries as well. Haven't seen a boundary in a long time, but they've been operating with ones and twos quite well, getting those ones, putting the pressure on the fielders close up.
This time straight to mid wicket. And Wickramasinghe comes into the team today. Incidentally, two debutants, also the Halabage and Mathulan, we've already seen one in action. Halabage, obviously, the way that the Afghanistan batters are going, I'm sure he'll have plenty of work to do. Oh, that's nicely done. That's another indication. Again, that one went on the bounce to the Quella. We'll come back to that. 87 for 2 after 18. $87 for 2. Sri Lankans have got an opportunity once that Sri Lankan saw the back of Hassan in the previous over from Vyas.
Good bowling.
But I'll tell you what, Osanda, have a look at this last delivery from that last over. Seam up delivery definitely kept low. Definitely lower than what the batter expected. Having said that, Vyas has found the perfect length to bowl on this track. To his fifth over. That's in the gap. 4 all the way.
Yeah, that's just giving enough width outside the off stump for the batter to cut it down behind square for a boundary. Easy pickings that time. Bahir, after facing 7 deliveries, finally gets his boundary. Having a floated right in. And just enough bounce and width on offer for the batter to cut it down for a boundary. A welcome boundary for Afghanistan. And as I mentioned earlier, the boundary coming in after quite some time. But they welcome it with both hands. Right, so what's on Veers Khan's mind? There we go, sharp turn on offer. Slightly short as well. Bahir is just happy to work it on to the offside.
Current run rate 4.88.
Nice.
The interesting topic is also when you bat on a wicket like this, and when you see changes in the middle of the innings, how do you assess that how much is enough? In the first power play, I thought definitely this is a 300-run wicket.
Nice.
But as the ball gets older, now a couple of them have kept lower and start to take some turn. Suddenly you're wondering how much is enough, and we'll come back to that. 91 for 2. Yeah, so 91 for 2. What we were discussing about was that how many runs are enough on a surface like this. It's totally up to the batter. It's very difficult to sit from outside and say, okay, this is how much you need on a wicket like this, because the batter is the one who feels the speed of the wicket, the bounce of the wicket, and how much turn there is. And so you program your innings from that point. And obviously, while the ball was hard, it was coming on nicely. We saw a lot of back foot punches. We got a lot of pull shots. But suddenly, slight hold up. But suddenly, a couple have kept low and a couple have turned. So, in an ideal world, you need the top batters to bat till the 40th over and try to take it from there. But so, what is the point that you are going to up the ante? What is the point that you are going to boost the bowlers that you are going to target? So, all those things come into consideration. Now, projected score on your screen is 239. I reckon, 250, 260. Yeah, give or take 10 runs on either side. It will be a very good total defend.
Yeah, indeed. It's been a tricky surface so far, as you correctly mentioned in the first 10 to 12 overs. It moved on nicely and the batters scored those runs quite easily. The ball was hard and was travelling fast. But now we're into the 19th over, almost the 20th over. And the bowlers have taken the control of the game for a certain bit, especially the spinners who have done a pretty good job. Viyaskanta as well and Vanuja have been taken out at the moment, but even Shiraz coming into his second spell have given away only 6 runs in his 2 overs. So Sri Lankan bowlers at this stage of the game should try to capitalize on this grip that they have maintained over the last 7 to 8 overs of this game, I would say. And here's Shiraz back with the ball in hand, asking the question there. Dikwella is interested. Shiraz is very much interested, but the umpire is not interested.
Brushed the thigh pad, I reckon. There was definitely a noise. It's amazing how this, when the white ball came as you ball, not of wicket keepers. Anything that is go on the leg side. Tuck in short. I'll tell you what. If Sri Lanka if Afghanistan do get a good total on the 250, that delivery like that last one, hitting the pitch, pace off, will be a big weapon.
Indeed, Shiraz has been utilising that. Even Mathulan was utilising that pretty well. Got hit for a couple of boundaries, but he got a wicket as well. A beautiful on drive, straight into the hands of the fielder. Khalid and Bahir, the game plan should be quite simple at this stage of the game for the Afghanistan A. 91 for 2. The pitch has become a bit trickier. And now we're seeing a slight drizzle. Well, interesting times. Worked away towards the third man. Well, Garmini warning signs. A bit gloomy as well. And if I'm not mistaken, I saw a slight drizzle going across.
Well, if you're a player and if you're a spectator, when those people appear on the screen, it's bad news. Sun has disappeared and the ground staff running towards the covers. Well, it's getting heavier by the minute, and definitely. It's never a good sign, and it's never a good situation when you have stop and have a game of cricket. Well, I'll tell you what, it's coming down hard.
Hopefully just a passing cloud. There in Dabula, as we can see a dark cloud right above the ground. And it's getting heavier and heavier as well. Warring times, even the previous game between India and Afghanistan was interrupted, where Afghanistan won the game in DLS method, and now we're into the 20th over, 92 for 2 in Afghanistan. And the players walking off the field and the covers coming in as well. Heavy winds, heavy showers has been part and parcel of this game in this Talent TV 18 Tri-Nation One-Day Series.
Yeah, let's hope that it's a passing shower. It's a daunting task for the ground staff themselves to bring in those covers against the breeze.
Yeah, not an easy task, isn't it? Very heavy, these covers, especially with the rain coming in, obviously with the wind as well. It just makes the job even more hard. And now, looks like the shower has passed away and we're seeing sunshine pouring in at the moment. Well. That's Sri Lankan climate in a nutshell. There we go. Beautiful pictures, and you can look at the sky as well. And this is how it looks at the moment for Afghanistan. Khalid, 14 of 28 deliveries, and Bahir, the star of the show in the previous game, 7 of 10. So the two batters out there in the middle. For Afghanistan, it's 92 for the loss of 2 wickets in 19.4 overs.
Shiraz went for plenty. Chamika bowled really well, economic rate of 3.75. Vanuja was very economical, but the standout performer to me was Vyas. 5 overs, 1 for 14. Mathulan picked up a wicket himself. Well, I'll tell you what, this weather is like my co-commentator Rajiv Veersingh having breakfast. He's slamming a plate of rice in a minute, and the next minute he's hungry again. Now, it was bucketing down, now it's sunny again. The 2 wickets to fall this morning, Mathulan, and this was Vyas Khan getting one with the wrong one. So, right as again, Osanda, good signs for everyone.
Indeed, just a couple of deliveries remaining in this over. Shiraz bowling his 5th over. My goodness, it looks as if we didn't have any rain at all. The sun is shining. The umpires are out there in the middle in no time. The covers are off. Well. Interesting, very interesting, isn't it? And I'm sure that we can continue with the play very, very soon.
Yeah, even keel, innit? First to 10 overs, 49 runs, but 11th to 20th. So far, Sri Lankans have found a way to climb back into this game by picking up 2 wickets. And also we mentioned a couple of times how the conditions of the pitch, once the spinners were introduced, suddenly batters were finding it a bit difficult to take it over infield. We'll have a slight break, but on the other side of it, when we'll bring you all the live action.
Well, after some heavy showers, we see the umpires back on field after just few minutes, Rajiv.
It's about 10-20 seconds of showers, but it was so heavy. But with the breeze across the ground, that really helped for the clouds to pass through. Some positive, good signs. As he came on very heavy. But luckily, because of the breeze, it just passed through us. And the next moment, it's bright and sunny. It looks glorious. This is tropical. This is tropical Sri Lanka.
Yeah, this is one of the points that I did mention during the start of play as well. One of the main reasons we have an international cricket ground in this part of the country is to minimize the number of games that could be washed off due to bad weather. Because the very next moment, you see bright and sunny skies right after some heavy showers.
Well, indeed, Iran, and also hats off to the ground staff as well. There's about 30 people running in, the staff here with the crowd, the covers, and that's the effort. Hats off to them for preparing all this and making sure it's underway right after the cloud passes us. So it's all set. Just 2 balls remaining in the 20th over.
Well, if you're just joining us, it's the third game of the Talent TV Cup tri-series between the three nations, India, Afghanistan and Sri Lanka. The A teams bringing out their game. Well, an important game for Sri Lanka, though. They need to try and win this if they're trying to make it through to that finals. You might still get through to it by winning the next 2 games, but you will need to depend on the other teams. Right, then we are done with over number 20. 92 for 2. Well, Sri Lanka winning the toss, desiring to bowl first, inviting the Afghanistan batters to get out there in the middle and showcase what they're capable of. The 2 opening batters got off to a brilliant start, especially during the power play, without losing a wicket. But the Sri Lankans have managed to pull things back by grabbing the 2 opening batters.
Evan Jusan into the attack, into his second spell ball with the new ball inside the power play. Now he has more liberty, more freedom to go hard at these 2 right-handed batters with a slip-in pace. And 4 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. Sweeper cover, long on, long off. And a deep square leg. I think it's an ideal moment for Wanuja Sahan to come in, and then you see the moment you slow things up through the air, Iran, there's some turn on the surface, which is interesting. From ball number 1, he got that ball to turn. That's with the new ball from the very same end. So I would say a minimized target, but I reckon this surface is going to get better and better when the sun beats down.
Well, it's going to be an interesting challenge for the Afghanistan batters as well. The other day, they had a target in hand. They knew what they were chasing down. They came out with guns blazed. But today, they need to set a total.
They were going par with the Duckworth-Lewis system with the 2 wickets which they fell when they're on their run chase, and a very good stand for the 3rd wicket, 100-plus stand. So they knew what they're chasing at. And going par alongside, and after the rain came down, they were 3 runs ahead. So they won the game by 4 runs rather. So now a total. Got some bat on it. Played it very, very fine. The ball's racing away to the boundary and beats the fielder.
Well, got a little bit of meat on it. And the outfield did the rest. That completes over number 21. 97 for 2.
Next time.
97 runs on the board. 2 wickets down. As I did mention, it's going to be an interesting passage of play for the Afghanistan batters. Looks like we have a change in bowling.
The skipper brings himself into the attack. Well, here's another option also. Vijay Halabage with his quick leg spinners. The youngster playing his very first game for Sri Lanka A. Another dashing right-handed top order batter.
Well, this is clear indications that this surface is offering a lot for the spinners.
Look at the breeze. It's quite heavy, isn't it?
Well, this is what the Afghanistan batters need to be doing for the next probably 15 to 20 overs. Maybe get to that point at least up until the 36th, 37th over. Try to add another 90, 95 runs, get closer to 200. Then they could look what's on offer during the latter part of the innings.
Yes, indeed. Some risk being taken. And, well, the Kuala was going after it. Played up actually. Oh, well, just falling short. Just falling short of that short third fielder. For a moment, I thought it just went straight to Matulan, maybe at short third. Take a look at that, Irana. I mean, almost. But I reckon they would have stepped a little forward for it. Made an effort. Change the field. Oh, lovely. That's the Sri Lanka flag flying. Gate number 2 is open here at Rangiridambul International Cricket Stadium. It's all free entrance. LPL is round the corner. 5 games here at Rangiridambul International Stadium, and also going around, starting off at SSC, and then Kandy Dambula, going back to our Premadasa. And also Talent TV celebrating their first year, bringing in sports, marking history with their anniversary coming in, and showing the young talent of the young stars of Sri Lanka cricket. This Talent TV A-Team Tri-Nation One-Day Series. Oh, lovely. There you see young talent being shown already. Supporting Sri Lanka A. Oh, lofted. Placement was perfect. Goes over. Khalid gets his first 6. And 100 up on board for Afghanistan A. 22 done, 105 for 2.
Hundred up on the board for Afghanistan. 105 for 2 now. That previous shot, a glorious one. The invitation was given, and Khalid was too good to let it go alone. Rather decided to go downtown. Oh, a juicy full toss. A little bit of work for the fielder running across. They'll get a couple more runs. Now the Sri Lankans, they can't afford to cut loose during this session. They're talking about cut loose. Look at those young kids. The energy that they bring out to this game. The future of Sri Lankan cricket. The fans maybe being a public holiday here in Sri Lanka. We do expect spectators to come in. The gates are open. The gate number 2 is all open free.
Yeah, until that moment he bowled a very good over. That was pitched in front, and what he needs to do is look at that flow. Just went through the shot, and Khalid gets his first 6. Straight as you like. And the vacant area, there was the bit of fielder was up in the ring, so he knew, is that gone for a 4? The hat, almost the hat goes for a 4. The Sportylk umpire struggling with the breeze.
Yeah, chasing it down to the Sportylk boundary. Good work. Stopping it before it crossed the boundary. That tells you a story. The breeze is absolutely strong. Oh, trying for that lap. Smart piece of bowling by Vanuja Sahan. Slowing it a little bit. Now, this is very interesting to see how these batters would try and work through this passage of play. There you go. Rolling around. Almost getting to the boundary.
Well, take a look at that. How strong this breeze is. Quick single mix up. Well, definitely we will go upstairs. Great bit of fielding. That's Wickramasinghe at cover point.
Roll back. Yes. Show me the other angle, please. Opposite one. Can you freeze the replay when the bail's off? Roll forward. Rock and roll, please. Roll back, please. No, other angle, the previous angle, please. Roll forward, flying nicely. Frame back, please. Frame back. Okay, satisfied. I have made my decision. Batsman just out of the crease when the bail's off. Focus the light, please.
Well, yeah, it was a very, very close call there. That the right moment where the bat was in the air, the bail pops out slightly. And that's what the decision made by the umpire, the third umpire, the TV umpire. It's a great bit of fielding. And Sri Lanka needed a breakthrough. And the right moment, the fielder stepping up. And Khalid has to walk back for 22. Afghanistan A, 108 for 3. Yeah, we'll take a look at this. Great stop. And well, it was very good. And the bat coming from in the air. So Khalid has to walk back for 22. Afghanistan A, 108 for 3.
Yeah, timely breakthrough for the Sri Lankans, but the Afghanistan batters, they would be absolutely disappointed. The partnership was building up really nice. Faramullah Safi walks out to the middle. At a very crucial time though, especially with the wicket going down, they need a partnership.
Yeah, definitely. And much needed breakthrough for Sri Lanka A. So even full over. A run out coming off with just 3 runs as well. 23 done. 108 for 3.
Oh. ඉරෙන් එහා දෝනේ මෙහා දෝනේ. ඉර කෙලින්. පොඩේ ෆීල්ඩ් හරියට හදාගෙන දාන්න අපරාධ. ඔකේ දෙන්න ඕනේ.
Safi, 25 years of age. 27 list A games. 25 first class games. Great opportunity to showcase your skills and talents. Let's take a quick look at the previous wickets. This was the mix-up between the two batters. Ball watching and good bit of fielding. Realizing on which end that the ball needs to go.
Yeah, definitely. We'll take a look at this. The bat came through the air and at the right moment, that bail pops up where the bat was in the air. Umpire Ravindra Kotachi, the TV umpire today. A singer left-hander after 4 right-handers will give a breather for Sahanarachi. He would be very much comfortable with the slip in pace with the new batter. And bowls it very, very slower. So he's off the mark, Shafi.
Yeah, looking at the surface, there is something on offer for the spinners as well. Well, those kind of chance, you need to be very watchful. You need to be on your toes, especially inside the 15-yard circle. Yeah, right in front of the batter's eye line, just to make sure that you aren't giving those easy singles away. So the more dot deliveries you bowl at this stage of the game, that's when the batters feel the pressure. That completes over number 24. 109 for 3. We are almost at the half stage of the first innings, 110 for 3. The Afghanistanis will be still happy about where they are at this stage, but it's a long way to go though. These two batters, they will have a lots of responsibility on their shoulders. Bahiri was brilliant the other day against the Indians. A capable batter. Brings the broom out. The fielder, deep fine leg, will have to run across to do some extra work as the batters will cross over for a couple more runs. On the other hand, the Sri Lankan bowlers, they need to try and be much more disciplined. They have got that breakthrough they were looking for. They need to capitalize on that. They shouldn't let these batters get runs as easy as you would like.
Yeah, they need to bring some pressure now, especially with the new batter in. Maybe bring an extra fielder inside the 30-yard circle. Create something. Slip is out. Sweep shot on offer. Oh, nicely placed. Lovely shot. Bahir Shah taking the initiative, taking the responsibility, taking from the previous game his half century. He's leading with the run scorer. Well placed, fine, Iran. Brilliant shot, diving effort from the fielder, deep square leg. Now the field changes once again. What he did was he bent down and then wait until the last moment to see that delivery, play that sweep shot. And another batter who's in top form with his unbeaten half century in the previous game. Coming here, now he holds a responsibility shoulder in Afghanistan batting lineup so far, because haven't seen Safi batting in the previous goal. Almost dragged it into the stumps.
Wanuja Sahan has been creating lots of doubts in the batter's mind. Straightening on with the arm, carrying that inside edge. Huge gap between bat and pad. Would have easily gone back to hit the stumps. Just lucky enough. That would have been the last thing that the Afghanistanis would have want at this stage after a run out as well. It's all about rotating the strike. Try ticking off the scoreboard as much as possible. Wait for those looseness. They'll come your way. But in the meantime, try and rotate the strike. Hit those gaps. Plenty of scoring opportunities. 8 runs coming off this over so far. Brings the sweep out again. But looked like... Is it a boundary? Yes, it is. He's toying with the fielder down there, deep fine leg.
Well, second sweep shot in the over. And been rewarded with another boundary. There was a fielder at deep square leg, but went aerial on it. Beats the fielder, one bounce four. For a moment I thought that the fielder was in play. That deep square leg fielder. But he was way more ahead of the ropes. Just imagine if he was standing right at the edge, that would have gone to his throat. He was far more ahead, maybe 20 yards.
Yeah, these are little things that you need to be very watchful. An expensive over comes to an end. Over number 25 done. 1-2-2 for 3. Half stage done, 122 runs on the board. But it's good to see that Bahir is continuing from where he left the other day. He's gone out positive, playing his shots, trying to put up a partnership.
Yeah, prior to that boundary in the previous over, the field was changed. But I wonder whether the fielder was aware of it. He was standing way ahead. And Bahir Shah going for that sweep shot. It was half a top edge, almost going for a 6. But I was really surprised with the fielder. We'll take a look at this. It went really upish. But maybe the other angle would have given... Well, there, see, if he was standing right at the edge of the circle or just a little further ahead, would have gone straight down his throat.
There are little things that you need to be very careful. Every opportunity that comes your way, you need to grab them. At this level of cricket, you give a chance to a batter, he will definitely capitalize on it. And especially Bahir Shah coming into this game after a brilliant knock against the Indians the other day as well. So you give him a second life, a second chance. He will make you pay for it. He has been looking good so far. 28 of 30 deliveries. A nice little partnership being put up between these two batters at this stage. A 16-run partnership. Safi, on the other hand, he will need to try and rotate the strike. Give much as possible strike to his senior batting partner, Bahir Shah. He has spent some time out there, so bulk of the scoring needs to be coming from his end. Good over from Sahana Arachigi comes to an end. Just the 2 runs, 26 overs done, 1, 2, 4 for 3.
$124 for 3 in 26 overs for Afghanistan. 28 of 30 for Bahir and Safi on 3 of 10. We're in a patch where Afghanistan are slowly but steadily getting that control of the game, getting those boundaries intact, and at the same time just making sure that they're putting the pressure on the Sri Lankan A side. The current run rate stands at 4.77. A good increase from the previous 5 to 6 overs where it was right around that 4 to 4.1 runs per over. And in comes Kugadas Mathulan. 3 overs, slightly expensive, 1 for 29. But he picked up a wicket as well. So it'll be interesting to see how he would operate in these middle overs. Kosala, welcome to the Combox.
Yeah, good afternoon to all our viewers who just joining this coverage. It's going to be a comeback for Mathulan. He's been expensive. Almost 10 runs and over in his first spell. That's good. Neatly done. Now they'll look for 2 here. But they decide against it. But I like the way Bahir bats. He's amazing. He calculated his innings brilliantly the other day. And it's nothing different today. He's putting the loose ball away. He loves to play the sweep shot. He's very strong square of the wicket. And he likes to drive as well. So he looks a 360 player to me. And that's what Sri Lanka will have to really think of, how you contain him.
Simple strategies is in Bahir, just putting away the bad deliveries, just making sure that he's picking up 1s and 2s, especially playing those sweep shots really well against the spinners. So put the pressure on Vanuja Sahan with a couple of sweep shots. This time slightly too straight there from Mathulan, easily put away but straight into the hands of the fielder. Mathulan needs to come back here strongly. He's one of those bowlers who have been, instrumental in the under-19 national setup as well, been a part of the World Cup squad, toured many under-19 tours as well. So he has that experience in that level. But when it comes to the A side, he's representing the Sri Lanka A side for the first time. So it's a good exposure, good experience for him. There we go. That's his trademark. Asking the question there, Mathulan, but nothing there from the umpire. He's been really good at executing those Yorkers, and that has been the speciality about Mathulan, even that in that under 19 level as well.
There you go. That's what Sahan Arachige will want him to do. That drift in, but the key would be that you're going to drift back at the left-hander. That's where he will find the batter in a lot of trouble, because that your natural instinct is to take it away from the left-hander. But the moment it starts to swing back to the left-hander, that's the concern for the batsman. Well, not a bad delivery. That was a shot, but he was pitching outside the leg stump. If you haven't heard, you're just joining this coverage. It's 125 for 3. Afghanistan been put into bat by Sahan Arachige and the Sri Lankan A team. This is the third game of the Talent TV Tri-Nation A-Team Tour, which involves India as well. India and Afghanistan both have points on the table because they won their previous games. Sri Lanka in a must-win game. And what will they want to do to try and curtail these Afghanistan batters is what will be very interesting. At the moment, Bahir is on a mission. He's made 29 of 31. Almost a runner ball innings. And Mathulan gained wide, but that will run away to the boundary. Now look at how he does that. Look how he used the pace of the bowler. He didn't try to hit it hard. The only thing he was doing, he was reaching for that ball. Let's take a look at that again.
Indeed, wonderfully executed there from Bahir, just using the pace of the delivery. Here's a replay of it with an offer, just using the blade of the bat to deflect that ball right into the gap. There we go, beautifully executed, and that's what's so special about Bahir. He's been quite outstanding in this series, and he has certainly enjoyed the conditions here at Dambul International Stadium. Off the edge, and it runs away for another boundary. Back-to-back boundaries for Bahir, and this time off a very healthy edge.
Yeah, you can't set a field for those. I feel unlucky for the bowler, but that's a good delivery. That will end the over. It's 134 for 3.
Okay.
Now Sahan Arachige will continue from the Dambul end, or you can call it where the newly constructed media center is.
This time worked away towards the onside. We got a decent crowd in as well, enjoying this game here at Dambul International Stadium. Obviously, the gates are open for the public to come in and to see these future stars in action. And especially in that first game between Sri Lanka and India, we saw a lot of crowd coming in, and even the India-Afghanistan match, we saw a decent crowd. And even today, we're seeing a crowd coming in on a Saturday.
So this is what happened in the last ball of the previous over. It was a good delivery. It found the outside edge, but there was no slip, and there was a big gap that it just kept running down to the boundary. But credit to bowler on that occasion. But Bahir will take it. I like the way he plays Oshada. He's not a busy type of a player. You see, if you look at it, he's already got 38 of 34 balls. But does he look that real passion? No, he doesn't look that busy. He will just keep accumulating.
They're simple strategies, as I mentioned earlier. Not doing anything fancy, just playing it according to the book, just making sure that he's hitting those gaps, getting those ones and twos, getting those boundaries whenever there's an opportunity. A very simple brand of cricket, but very effective as well. Driven a bit nicely this time from Safi. Coming back for no. A good execution there from the fielder to cut it down for just a single. Sahanarach again, these middle overs, doing a handy part with the ball in hand. Just 3 runs from this over as well. Just keeping the pressure in. But the problem is, whenever Bahir faces that fast bowler from the other end, he tends to get that boundary. That will break the shackles of Afghanistan. Right, so that's the end of the over. 28 overs done. 137 for the loss of 3 wickets.
One 137 for 3. That's where we are at the end of 28. Safi is the all-rounder in the side, Oshada. He bowls his medium pace. He picked up 3 wickets in the previous game. So coming in at number 5, I reckon that he... Oh, there's a chance of run out. No, there's a lot of yes and no's. So coming in at number 5, I would feel that he becomes a genuine all-rounder in the side. And Safi is here because this happened a few... in fact, these are the 3 wickets. Okay. Oh, this is the last ball that we're having a look. Take a look at that again. There was a yes earlier by Safi and then a no from him. And then again, he decides to have a go at it. Beautiful. That's beautiful.
Yeah, nicely done there from Mathulan. He bowled a good delivery in the last over, or the last delivery of the last over. And now he follows it up with a left-hander just outside the off-stump nicely.
So, well, these are the 3 wickets that fell this morning. The uppercut going wrong for the Afghanistan captain. And then Viaskant trapping Hassan right in front. And this is a brilliant bit of fielding that saw the end of Khalid. Swing and a miss. Now pressure building on Safi at the moment. This is good stuff from Mathulan. What does he do, Oshada, here? What is it? Let's take a look at that again. Inviting some. So he's angled 3 balls away from the left hand. I would like to see if he can bring this one in. That will be the surprise element where Safi will have to be really, really careful about.
He's already in a bit of pressure. 5 of just 20 deliveries. While Bahir is scoring runs free from the other end. Safi has been in a bit of a hold up at the other end. And Mathulan so far has done a good job in this over. Driven down the ground this time. So 4 consecutive dot deliveries. Pressure is building on and it's proving something nicely for Sri Lanka. And with Sahanarach at the other end, now Mathulan putting the pressure. It's going to be a good combination for Sri Lanka, eh?
Yeah, definitely this is pressure. 4 dot balls. And also the good thing is it's keeping Bahir out of strike. So then when he's off strike, the pressure also goes back to him because the runs are not coming. So this is good cricket from the bowler, good cricket from Sri Lanka. Let's see what he can do in this delivery as he... Again, a dot ball. Good cricket. This is excellent from Mathulan. This is exactly what he needs to be doing. Now, what does Safi do?
Well, Mathulan certainly keeping it very tight, just outside the off stump in that area where Safi, no choice but to play down the ground. So it's nicely executed there from Mathulan. And of course, Safi will have to try out to break the shackles here. 5 of 22. Oh, well, in this case,
I would like the mid-on or mid-off going down for this delivery if he's going to go full. But he goes back of the length and a slower ball. Very good over. It's the first maiden of the Afghanistan innings. They are 137 for 3 at the end of 29.
Right, so 137 for 3. Beautiful pictures of Double International Cricket Stadium. One of those picturesque grounds here in Sri Lanka. And we've seen some good cricket on this wonderful stadium in this ongoing Talent TV A-Team Tri-Nation One-Day Series 2026. Sri Lanka A, Afghanistan A, and India A battling it out each other here at Double International Stadium. And at the moment, Afghanistan 137 for the 3. It's been a roller coaster ride in terms of how the pressure has been put on between these two sides, Sri Lanka and Afghanistan. And at the moment, Sri Lanka just putting that pressure on Afghanistan a bit.
This is good. Now, this is what Sri Lanka A should be doing. They need to build the pressure on Safi. He's got 7 balls now without a run. Bring more pressure into him. And again, there you go. Oh, you just can't afford to do that. That's a let off by the captain. The pressure was released from Safi. If that was another dot ball, I was going to say bring a slip in and invite him to go for the big one. But they've just let him off the hook here.
Yeah, small things where you really need to put the focus on. There we go. It just went right through his hands. Sanarachi can't believe his luck. I worked away towards the onside this time. Bahir has been very effective in terms of utilizing that square region against the spinners. Whether it's a sweep shot or whether it's just tucking it down towards the onside, he has been very, very effective. 40 of 37 deliveries for Bahir. And this partnership is building on nicely for Afghanistan. Well, this time goes down the ground. And it goes all the way for a boundary. So Safi breaks the shackles, finally gets a boundary. And slightly overpitched from Sahanarachige. And he gets it down the ground with a really good shot.
There was room on offer. And it allowed Safi to free his arms, relax a bit. And he got into the gap. That's his first boundary. But look at those long levers, Oshada. See how they stretch out. Now that's what happens when you release the pressure. When you gave that single away, it released the pressure from Safi. And it allowed them to reach the end of the over, 145 for 3. Well, this is the beauty that we're seeing from Dambulla. Mathulan, a maiden in his previous over. He's into his 7th. cricket.
Yeah, Mathulan has been quite good in his spell so far. Slightly expensive, but he picked up a wicket, and in his second spell, he's been in good control, especially against both the left-hander and the right-hander. You know, not giving any width outside the off stump. Yes, there were a couple of deliveries that he offered width, but most of the deliveries, they were right outside the off stump. So he's been... it's been a learning curve for Mathulan. Obviously, getting into this, as I mentioned earlier, getting into the Sri Lanka A side at such a young age, soon after the Sri Lanka under-19s. That's a good learning curve for him. Oh, there we go, there we go. That's aggression there from Mathulan.
Well, he's just shown that I only can't, not only the Yorker, I can go short and disturb you. That was quick, I'll tell you. That even surprised Bahir, isn't it? He has not been troubled so far, but that really surprised him. That's what you need to do. So this young man's got something in his armory. He can mix things up. Good, very good. And that's even better. Feeling of your own bowling.
Yeah, he's doing the right thing. The young man, Mathulan, just putting the pressure on, not giving anything away, not giving any freebies at this stage of the game, knowing that these middle overs are very, very crucial in terms of, you know, settling that control, settling that grip that you have in this match. And these middle overs are very, very crucial in order to do that. And especially, Khosla, heading into these last 10 overs, we got 10 more overs to head into the last 10 overs. It's really important that you set the platform perfectly.
Slower this time. This is good. We had a quick, fast bouncer. We had a Yorker, and now we have a slower delivery coming. Good cricket from Mathulan. But also the good thing that now the captain had realized is because Sri Lanka needs bowlers who can bowl within that pace of 10 to 14. Now, Mathulan has showed his captain and Sri Lanka an indication that I can do this. I can do this. I can come back in the middle overs. I can make a comeback, and I can stem the flow of runs. And he's exactly done that in his the next 4 overs that he's bowled. Because he was 1 for 29 from 3, and now he's 1 for 40 from his almost 7th over.
Yeah, that's a good comeback. They've go played once again down towards the point fielder. Straight into his hands. Yes, Mathulan has been quite good in his comeback spell. Just a couple of runs in this over as well. The run rate steady at 4.77. It was right around, as I mentioned earlier, it was right around that 4 runs per over. 5 to 6 overs back. But now, there we go. My goodness, beautiful pictures, aren't they? Right around Double International Stadium. The pictures from the drone capturing the beauty of Sri Lanka. Last ball of the over. Worked away down towards the deep third man for a single to finish things off in that over. 31 overs done, 148 for 3.
We are taking water after this over. Drinks after this over.
Changing the bowling. Charmika Gunasekara comes back into the attack. None for 15 from his previous 4. Was unlucky that he had a let-off when he was bowling at second slip earlier in the day. Here's another young lad coming in from the ranks. He can bowl a little bit quick. But where Saf is concerned, he's now started in the middle of the ball, but he's not been able to really get the placement right. So what Sri Lanka should do is keep that pressure on him and ask him to do something out of the extraordinary where you can see a downfall coming.
Yeah, indeed. Safi, 13 of 31 deliveries, although has been picking up boundaries in the last 1 to 2 overs, boundaries and ones and twos as well. As you correctly mentioned, Kosle has not been able to freely find those gaps, to maneuver that ball onto the gaps. Whereas Chamika Gunasekara really tried to put the hold on. 4.1 overs, none for 15. He bowled extremely well with the new ball in hand, but now this is a different task on his hands. I worked away towards the onside, looking for the second run. Nope, just a single. Chamika Gunasekara made his test debut against Afghanistan. Last year, is it? Yeah. Against the same opposition, Afghanistan. Very unfortunate that he was struck on his helmet. But now trying to make his comeback as a good young fast bowler hailing from Ananda College.
Yep, quite right. There was a change in the feel for the left-hander. But now we got a deep third, a deep point, a deep fine and a deep square. Those are the boundary riders for Gunasekara. I like it. He's going back at the length because he's got his protection fielders in that area, because he's got his mid-on and mid-off up in the ring. Now, also the interesting factor is, if you really look at the fielders in the inner ring that Sri Lanka is having, now they're in for a reason, because they're not at the edge of the 30-yard circle. They're more or less about 10 to 5 feet in. So the indication might be that they're here to save the single. So let's see whether that is really happening where Sri Lanka is concerned. Well, there you go. That's exactly what I said. Because if that fielder was on the edge of the circle, there would have been a run taken.
Yeah, spot on. Just putting the pressure on, just stopping those ones as well, just making sure that, especially at the Safi's end, 14 of 32, is holding on to that one end. So the bowlers will have to make sure that he's stuck at his crease at that particular end. 149 for 3 beautiful pictures, and the Kosala, the beautiful green, the lush greenery. Right, so there we go. Down towards the deep third once again to bring the 150 up for Afghanistan 80. 150 for 3.
Yeah, 150 for 3. We are into over number 32. One more ball remaining. But I feel this pace, this half an hour pace that we've been on air, Sri Lanka has pulled things back, because they have limited the flow of boundaries. They bowled a lot of dot balls, and I think they've just gradually climbed back into the game a little. But they will love to see a wicket very soon. Last ball of over number 32. There you go, slower delivery. Oh, that should have been stopped. That should have been stopped. That's because you just can't afford to give freebies, because whatever they give, you need your batters to get them. 32 overs done. It's 151 for 3, and the players will take a break for drinks.
Right then, we are back live after the drinks break. 32 was done. Here's a quick look at the batting card. The two opening batters, they got off to a good start, but threw away their wickets, I'd say. There is a little partnership which is being built up here. On the other hand, the Sri Lankan bowlers, a piece for the young men from the northern part of this beautiful island. Viyaskant and Mathulan grabbing those 2 wickets and a run out as well. As I say, a very good afternoon to Gamini Pereira.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, Chama Gunasekara. Oh, this is Viyaskant. They're back for his second spell. He was outstanding, wasn't he? A terrific control. Yeah, starts well again. Oh, that's brilliantly bowled. Did he lift his back leg? Referred upstairs.
Show me the front foot, please. Bowlers, front foot, please. Okay, fair delivery. Give me side on replay. Roll forward. Can you show me the other angle, opposite one? Batter made his ground when the bails off. I have made my decision. Focus the light, please.
There you go. Green light. That was very good work from the Queller. We'll have a look at that special again. The Queller's hands were perfect. Didn't go backwards. It just went forward with the delivery. I'll tell you what, there was not a lot in it. Just a lip in it. So Safi survives. Another beautiful delivery from Viyaskant. Nearly had his second one. Even with the little drizzle, it's amazing that Viyaskant is still getting some grip off the surface. Yeah, I reckon he's bowling around 76, 78 k's per hour. That's unlucky. No doubt, Iran, Sri Lankan skipper will be looking for 3 to 4 bowlers to bowl their full quota, and Viyaskant will be one. Worked with the spin, taking the first one hard. This is what I liked. Even in my last stint, I mentioned to my co-commentator, the energy that's shown by the batters, taking the first one hard. It's a really good sign.
Yeah, that's what's required at this stage. These two batters, they shouldn't be trying to do anything cheeky. Try and spend more time out there in the middle. Get to that 40, maybe 42nd over. Then look to accelerate. They need to try and milk those singles. Brings the broom out, but there is that fielder, front of square. And in the background, if you could see, the groundsman getting themselves prepared. We have a passing cloud as he completes over number 33, or do we have one more delivery? Yeah, We are done with over number 33. 156 for 3. Well, that's the passing cloud that we are talking about. If you could see in your background, a massive one though. But the winds are very strong here today. So luckily, looks like it's been blown away. Charmika Gunasekara will continue. Short delivery. Probably a little bit of extra pace. Hardly arrived. Safi, yes, he has managed to score only 17 runs of 38 deliveries so far. But the important fact is he has been hanging out there with Bahir Shah. It was brilliant the other day with the bat in hand. So these two batters, they need to put up a partnership. So Safi needs to play a key role supporting his senior batting partner. Yeah, just keeping it tight.
I'm just wondering whether Sri Lanka have got their combination right. I know there was a lot of debate about not having enough batters in that last encounter. But they've brought in basically 2 batters of pacey, only 2 spinners in the lineup. Having said that, with the way the wicket, the turf has been behaving, or the surface, I was wondering whether they could have had another spinner in their lineup. Into the gap, at least one. So 158 for 3, Iran. 2 set batters. 6.5 overs to go till that last power play. Sri Lanka needs to find a way to break this partnership. You don't like to have 2 set batters going into that happy hour, you call it. The last 10 overs. After these 3 deliveries, the ball will be... one of the balls will be sent back. Oh, out! Once again, change of length. And this time, I was just about to say the set batter that you need to get rid of one of these batters, and then there you have it. They have done that, Sri Lanka. That will be another opening for the Sri Lankan team to come back into this game. Charmika Gunasekara, I'll tell you, he deserves this wicket. He has bowled terrifically without any luck, but this time he did have some luck. Miscued, pull shot, fine leg inside the circle. Nicely taken by Mathulan. Safe as houses.
Bahir Shah departs after a very well made 44-46. That's the 4th wicket down for Afghanistan at the total on 158. Well, it just the new batter walks out to the middle. Sri Lanka managing to get a breakthrough at a very crucial time. Bahir Shah will be very disappointed with himself though. Ijaz Ahmed Sai, new batter. This is the stage that Sri Lanka could squeeze in few overs with a new batter in Safi, kind of struggling out there in the middle 18 or 40 deliveries. Would be ideal for the Sri Lankans to get in some overs with less number of runs. Oh, another short delivery. This time gets it much more finer. They'll come back for a second run. Even on the previous occasion, Gamini, Bahir Shah, when he saw the short delivery, his eyes lit up and he went on with the shot with the fine leg being inside the circle.
Yeah, definitely beaten for speed. I think both the batters, for that matter. Bahir and also Ijaz, the first delivery he faced. Very fortunate to be out there. That could have been easily into the hands of fine leg there, Matulan. You get to see Chamika changing his length and the speed. He was in control this time. Yeah, 160 for 4. 34 overs done, Iran. Time for the umpires to get rid of one of the balls.
As you did mention correctly, Gamini, one of the balls will have to leave the park. So he'll be playing with one delivery. There you go. The umpire gives it a flick out of the ground. So they will continue with one delivery. In fact, one ball for the rest of the 16 overs. Wiskant back in action. 1 for 19 so far in his 6 overs. It's going to be very interesting. He was absolutely brilliant with the ball in hand today. 19 runs conceded off his 6 overs. Understanding how the surface has been behaving so far since morning. Bowling a little slower. Gamini, just a point. Viaskant is a bowler. He tends to bowl it a little bit more flatter and faster. But here today, he has slowed it down a lot and giving it a lot more air today.
Yeah, these are different surface to the first 2 games. Once again, going in with the arm. He bowls a lot of those sliders, doesn't he? From the front of the hand. It's a conventional leg spin. Yeah, one of the hardest arts to pick the leg spinner's hand, the wrist, as a batter. Oh, bowled him. Yeah. It was inevitable, wasn't it? 3 dot balls. Ijaz. That wasn't Ijaz. That was, it was Ijaz. Yeah, he was under tremendous pressure, wasn't he? Yeah, I don't think he was comfortable with Vias Khan. He didn't know much about his, head up in the nowhere near it.
Yeah, disappointing in Hijaz Ahmed's side. Departs for 3 of 6 deliveries. Afghanistan 1-6-1 for 5. Well, Sri Lanka getting those breakthroughs at crucial times. 1-6-1 for 5. The new man walks out to the middle. Ishaq Rahimi. Now this is where experience and maturity comes into play. When you know that V.S. Kant has been the pick of the bowlers for the day, I don't think he should have thrown the kitchen sink. Especially playing across the line when he's bowling in line with the stumps.
Yeah, a lot can happen when you are uncomfortable with picking the ball or the speed out of the hand. Yep. I think he has found the correct speed to bowl on this surface, Vyas Kant. And to go with the accuracy, yeah, he has been a handful, hasn't he? Now pitched outside the leg stump. And also, did he get an edge to it? Yep, given runs. So 2 of the last delivery of Vyas Kant over. 35 overs completed, 163 for 5.
$15 more was left. There's 90 legal deliveries for the Afghanistani batters with 5 wickets in hand. Quick run. Shy the stumps. But he'll get home safely. Now this is one of the areas that these batters will have to focus probably for the next 7 to 8 overs. Try and run those singles. Keep rotating the strike. Take the scoreboard off. Look for those loose deliveries. Get to that last passage of play with 5 wickets in hand and then try to accelerate.
Yeah, massive responsibility on Safi. He's faced 41 deliveries for 19 runs. So he's been there for some time. It'll be his duty to play till the 50th over and get somewhere for their bowlers to bowl at. Current rate 4.66. Yeah, we spoke about this on numerous occasions, how you can assess a total as the ball gets older. Short, wide, kept low is exactly the point. Once there is no bounce on the surface, it's very difficult to play horizontal bat shots. Ishaq's still relatively new. Seam up delivery, so it just shows that the life that we had on this surface is dying by the minute. From the way things are looking at the moment, Iran, this one got big on him. That invariable bounce. I reckon 230 will be a massive target. If you look at the last few deliveries, just 7 runs, 2 wickets. They were sitting comfortably, weren't they, just half an hour ago? But these Charmika Gunasekharas, and very often we talk about batting partnerships, but Charmika Gunasekharas and Vyas Kant's partnership in that last half an hour has done the damage.
Yeah, the Sri Lankans pulling things back, getting the game under control. Couple of wickets in short intervals, pushing the pressure back on the Afghanistan batters. As you did mention, looks like the surface has changed a lot compared to how it was during the first 10 overs, where the batters were quite comfortable playing through the line. But it hasn't been the case since the past maybe 45 to 1 hours of play. It has been a little bit tough out there. So as you did mention, somewhere around 230, 240 would be a good score when the bowlers are out there for the Afghanistanis to try and defend it.
And another factor that we need to take into consideration is that only game that Afghanistan played so far, they lost only 2 wickets. So some of their batters haven't had a chance to spend time in the middle. So this will be the very first time in this tour. So by any stretch of imagination, I know they practice on very similar tracks these days to what they play on. But pressure is different. Batting out in a net and batting out there in the middle is totally different.
Yeah, lots of pressure, especially the middle order being exposed today. Different playing conditions to the other day. Oh, course shot. Charmika Gunasekara pushing through some extra gas. 36 overs done. 164 for 5. West count will continue. 2 for 21 so far. Look at that. Giving it a lot of air. Inviting the batter to try and charge him. Maybe for the new batter, try and get one fielder inside the circle.
Yeah, I reckon you should have a slip as well. He's getting enough turn. So, you can ask the question. I'm there to get you out. Lanka still persisting with 5 fielders inside the ring. Yeah, they are debating the fact that whether you should have that short mid-wicket fielder inside the circle. I think working your wrist on a slow pitch like this against Viascant will be... Yeah, you're playing with fire, really. I reckon you need to have a fielder somewhere there. I was just about to say, you can move him to the offside and allow the batter to take that risk. He'll be disappointed with that one that had some width and length. It's a freebie, really.
Well, nice bit of placement. Look at that. Realizing no one behind square. The third man was inside the boundary. So once you get past that 30-yard circle, as we have mentioned it many a times, it's always a win for the batter. He knows it. Punches it. 5 runs off the very first two, in fact, the first 2 deliveries. Oh, the wrong one. Expecting it to turn away from the batter. He was lucky there that he did not drag it onto the stumps.
You got a champion wrist spinner called Rashid Khan in your country. And I'm sure these batters must have faced him a few times, haven't they? I'm surprised that some of them are not picking him off the hand. Very lucky to get away with it. Most of the left-handers are pretty good with their sweep shot and the drop kicks and flicks and whatnot. Safi been there for 43 deliveries. They're back on the total, Iran. 5 wickets in hand. Works it behind. At least one. Comfortably back for the second. So a couple of the last delivery. 37 completed, 172 for 5.
Thirteen overs left in the innings. Plenty of bowling options left for Sri Lanka though. Charmika Gunasekara has 3 up his sleeves. Vanuja Sahan has 4. Mathulan has 4 as well. Skipper decides to bring Mohammad Shiraz. You can see that 27 runs was such expensive during the power play. Dancing shoes on. Oh, misfield. They'll come back for a second run, is it? No, they decide against it at the last minute. They can't afford to give away freebies. Try and restrict these chances.
Yeah, never an easy position to feel. You're at the edge of the square. Ball is spinning, and he got a bad bounce as well. So ticking over this pair. Goes for a big one. Didn't get the elevation he wanted. The Sri Lankan skipper will have plenty of options when it comes to bowling department. There are 3 spinners and 3 quickies. So it's a matter of who's bowling at what time and at whom. Left hand, right hand combination at the minute.
Oh, he would have been disappointed. Safi had all the time in the world with a short fine leg fielder inside the circle. Just few inches away from that fielder would have been a boundary. Well, interesting field though it was for Safi, mid-on and mid-off inside the circle, inviting him to go downtown. Let's see if it would be the same case for Ishaq as well. Looks like the mid-on and mid-off will be inside the circle. So we have a deep square leg. And, well, we could call it a deep backward leg and a deep square leg. There you go. He goes short. This is good batting. Very sensible batting. Drop and run. Well, this is what is required by these 2 batters at this stage. Try and build a partnership. Get to that last 7 overs without losing a wicket.
Yeah, good work from Vyas Khan. He's been bowling for what? Now half an hour or so, and he had to do the work from deep. Came charging in, got rid of it very quickly. Kept it down to 1. Yeah, very important little period this. Under edge once again. As you can see, Shiraz's stock ball has become the one that he hit the pitch and taking the pace off and pace on at times. So that is his stock ball at the minute. Might be a ploy when the Afghanistan come to defend this total too. Iran, it's horses for courses. It's how your stock ball changes from wicket to wicket and from time to time. I think on this surface, yeah, slower, short ball is a very good weapon to have. Yeah. Taking the first one hard, but that's all they'll get. 177 for 5 after 38.
Change the bowling from the combox end. Wanajusan into the attack. His 3rd spell. 6 overs, none for 27. Important time frame is into the attack with a left and right hand combination in the middle. Chip shot comes into play, but there's protection. It's important fact with Afghanistan 5 wickets down. These two batters holds that key for what is going to be the target for Sri Lanka A, because there'll be approximately 71 balls remaining. Even if they get to 250, it's going to be a very good score on this surface. Good afternoon, Kosala.
Good afternoon, Rajiv. Yeah, but the concerning factor here where Sri Lanka will only get one again is that what Sri Lanka would feel that they're comfortable chasing, because when I spoke with Sahan Narachik in the morning, he said 240, 250 was what he would want to restrict the Afghanistan batters to. So if they can get them below that, they will be quite satisfied. But the way things are going, Sri Lanka needs to try and pick up a wicket here, try to get into that lower middle order or the lower order Afghanistan batsmen, because we haven't seen them yet in action.
Oh, good bowling, good bowling.
But has Sri Lanka used their wicket-taking bowlers, and they want to now try and curtail the run? That's what we'll be thinking here.
Outside edge. Oh, misfield. That'll run away to the boundary. I reckon he should have stopped it, saved maybe a couple of runs, and much needed boundary for Afghanistan A.
No, Wanuja Sahan is not the happiest of bowler here. Let's take a look at this again. He was lucky to have got bat on that. He just ran away. And the third man fielder didn't make a good effort from that. So that will be a boundary given. Oh, you can't do this. You just can't do this.
Well, this is easing off the pressure which was created, and just giving me runs and sloppy fielding one after the other. Don't forget that Sri Lanka will have to chase everything right now. I mean, you were talking about Kosala Narachi was happy to restrict Afghanistan A for 240 to 50. Oh, big shot on. Just a single. But you need to feel well. You need to create opportunities. End of the over. 39 done, 185 for 5. This will be the last over of the second power play. After this over, Sahan Arachi will have that liberty to go with an extra fielder in the ropes. 5 fielders in the last 10 overs. Well, pulled just for a single. What Shiraz has done, Kosala, is that he's bowling back at the length. For both these two batters into the pitch with deep square leg and deep mid wicket in place. What he needs to do is bowl that kind of length and allow the batter to go for the singles. Maybe if the batter tries for a goal for an aerial shot, he has protection, but he can't afford to bowl in the front foot of the batter.
Yeah, he needs to be back of the length here. He's now dropped his. He's got a deep third and a deep point on the offside. And now you can see that. The deep third is coming into a short third, and the mid-on is dropping back to long on. Maybe he will want to go fuller here. Ishaq will look for 2. They will definitely look for 2, and chance of a run out. Good work, good work.
Yeah, where's Kant? I reckon he had to cover at least 45 yards. He was right at the edge of the mid-wicket boundary, ran in straight inside the 30-yard circle to prevent that extra run. There was a huge gap, mind you, on the leg side.
Now it's Safi, the left hand on strike. Now he's been there for a long time. Rajiv, 27 from 51 balls. Chance of a run out with a direct hit, but how close was that? And you can see that Ishaq is straight away not happy with the call by Safi.
Yeah, definitely. Wanted to Sahan at short fine, shy at the stumps. Oh, maybe touch and go. Yeah, he was in. He was in. A brilliant diving effort. Maybe change of gloves. And then getting him little break to hydrate himself.
More than a dive, it is like an ice skating through the ground because he went very flat on it.
He was sliding at it straight on. It gives even the Sri Lanka bowlers to breathe a bit, to plan the next 10 overs. Sahanarachi, if he needs to restrict, at a runner ball. 240, 250. So batting card so far for Afghanistan. Hassan Ezekiel and Bahir Shah into the 40s, not going for that half century, on the verge of it, getting out of 46 and 44, and most of the batters getting into a start. And Shafi has faced 52 deliveries for his 28 runs. Ishaq is on 15 now. So pick at the bowlers for Sri Lanka. VS Khan bowled brilliantly today. 8 overs, 2 for 29, and a wicket apiece for the two seamers, Charmika Gunasekara and Mathulan. Well, apart from that first wicket stand of 60 runs, they had that start, Kosala, but none of the batters going after until the 50th over because the top order, once they get to start, the two half-centurions from the first game, Imran Mir and Bahir Shah. But Sri Lanka will be happy at the stage at the moment.
You can see that there is some urgency. They'll come back for two. Good running. Very good running. You can see suddenly the urgency has slipped into the Afghanistan batters. They're looking for the big shots. They're looking to turn the ones into twos. They got to 190. So I reckon, take a look at this again. They were running on the throw. They were running on the throw of the fielder. It's not a very strong throw, but still, they were taking his arm on. So I reckon that they're looking at something along 275 here, Rajiv.
Oh, back at the length once again. Oh, into the gap. In between that two fielders in the offside. The short third and the cover point fielder. And I reckon that's not an ideal line.
You have your third in and your point inside. And you bowl wide outside your stump, short of a length. And just look at that. Ishaq says, thank you. I know exactly what to do with this.
Yeah, with three fielders in the boundary on the leg side and we bowl outside the off stump, it's a free flow to throw at the... And once again, he's straying down the leg side.
I feel, Rajiv, that Shiraz has been a disappointing factor where Sri Lanka is concerned in the two outings that he's gone. I think he picked up one wicket in the first game, and maybe you can see he's been all lower. He's been predictable. He's bowled both sides of the wicket. He's bowled short. He's bowled fuller. There are some of the young ones who have come to support Sri Lanka. He's not really been able to put the pressure on the batters. It's a mark of another over. 40 done, 196 for 5.
That's a signal. The third power play. With 5 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. The last 10 overs. But I reckon what Afghanistan has done, I think they have done a decent job. 196 for 5 with the last 10 overs to play with.
It's all how they balance these last 10 overs, how deep they want to take this style of batting. 35 runs of 32 is the part of 32 is his partnership so far. Wantaja Sahan can't afford to bowl at that length. Rajiv used to be a little bit fuller, asking the batsman to be stretching. Now, interesting to see what he does with the left-hander. He's got a deep square, deep mid, and a long on the on-side. And now he's pulling one fielder back into the off. He's going over the wicket and he's trying to spin into the left-hander. Interesting feel.
Yeah, extra man coming into the offside with mid-wicket widely open. And firing it in onto the pads of left-handed Savi. He has spent a lot of time.
Yeah, maybe he's the anchor here where Afghanistan is concerned. How explosive he can be, we never know in the final stages. But what they would want him is now to bat throughout because he's been there for a long time. And the other batters to bat around him. Oh, it's a good delivery.
Shamsur Rahman is the next batter. He has a very good strike rate as well. The off-spinner, batting all-rounder, extra spinner into the side of Afghanistan, knowing that the surface might get some grip and turn. Yeah, pushing for the second. But happy with just a single. So these two batters, I reckon, went 161 for 5. Plenty of overs remaining when these two got together. I think coming in, maybe they will push around for the next 4-5 overs and then go downtown. A big hit. Fielder under it. Oh, just falls short. Just falling inches short of Sadira Samaravikrama at the deep mid-wicket boundary.
Now, did he pause for it? That's what I'm concerned. Did Sadira take a pause before charging that delivery? It's interesting to find out. $200 on the board as the 41st over comes to an end.
So Shiraz has been taken off from the new media box end and Sanarachi into the attack. 5 overs 23 in his first spell.
Expected, isn't it? We were just talking about he's been a disappointing factor. He's being the strike bowler on the side and spearheading the he bowled with the new ball as well, but not effective. Sahanarachige He's gone for 23 from his 5. He's gone wicketless. Might have had a chance, 1 or 2, to get a wicket, but then I thought he's done a decent enough job, the skipper. Safi's got 30. And Ishak has got 26. Safi on strike.
Yeah, we are scanned. There's 2 overs left with Wanujusan, 2 overs left. So maybe a couple of overs from Sahan Arachike because the left hand is out there. And maybe to try and bowl a few dot deliveries, not letting the ball coming on to the bat. Interesting fact that that's the more reason that he wanted to bowl and restrict to a total. Oh, big shot on, but into the gap. And Fahmullah Shafi gets a boundary through mid-wicket.
Yeah, he read Arachike well because he knows that Sahan Arachike doesn't spin the ball much. The moment it is given air, look where he plants that left foot, or right foot rather, and get a boundary. Afghanistan will take that. There you go. Big swing of the arms. I told you earlier, he's got long levers. Long levers. Ooh.
Maybe it touched the pad on the way. I got a boundary. Oh, big shot once again. But just a single. I think with Sahan Arachike, I mean, as a part-timer coming in this crucial stage, happy camp out there. That's a skipper, Imran Mir. Got a brilliant half-century in the first game, setting the platform in the run chase against India A. With a part-timer Sahan Arachike in operation, I reckon Afghanistan batters will target him.
Yeah, but the fact is I thought he's bowled well to his potential. He's tried to keep things quiet. He's not really looked at to be the wicket-taking type of bowler, but he's tried to curtail. I think he's done the job very well. 6 of this over so far. Last ball coming up. Oh, he's gone big.
Yes.
And that's finally been taken down in the deep. That's a good catch. He judged it to perfection. And Sri Lanka will pick up a wicket courtesy of their captain. The man to go is Safi.
Very good judge catch by Ahan Wickramasinghe. And long off. Much needed breakthrough for Sri Lanka. A tossed up delivery, going for a big shot once again, bat turning at the end. But what Ahan did was he kept his eyes on the ball. He had to cover some yards to his left. And Fahmullah Safi, he passed for 35 and Afghanistan A. End of the 42nd over, 206 for 6.
හරියට බැලුවා 45 වෙනකම් උබා ගන්න පුළුවන්. ඕල් අවුට් කරන්න පුළුවන් ස්පින් එක දාති ලේසි නෑ ගහන්න. පේස් එකට මචං මේ.
So Anuja will continue. Couple of overs for him from the combox end. New batter walking in. Shams ur Rahman, the right-hander. Now you reckon will Sahan bowl from the new media box end? He got that breakthrough. 2 overs remaining for Viyaskant. I would bring Viyaskant in from one of the ends. Quick single. Rotating the strike. Because in this crucial stage, we'll take a look at this. A tossed up delivery on the arc. Bat turning. Very good judge catch by Ahan Wickramasinghe at long off. Much needed breakthrough for Sri Lanka to break that partnership. Chafi was trying hanging around there. This is very good. Saving that single, making sure the new batter get more strike of the bowling.
Good. Good from Manager Sahan. Trying to build some dot balls, which is very crucial at this stage.
Yeah, I reckon Sahan Arachi and the Sri Lanka bowlers would love to see Shams batting more the deliveries. Because he's the new batter. Maybe bowl some dot delivery, sweep shot on play. As protection is off the mark. Well, what umpire is saying the Afghanistan A batters have given the first warning of running on the pitch.
Yeah, we saw them being given one warning. And we can see that umpire Vimala Siri is indicating to Sahan that you can't be doing that.
Because the warning was given, I think umpire Vimala Siri is saying that it's a dead ball. I think they have been penalized. I think because they have given the warning and Afghanistan A, and they have been penalized right in the middle of the strip. Very good over from Wanuja San. Just a single off it. 43 done, 207 for 6.
Then you can go home. Okay? What is too much? How could you say it is too much? You can go home. What? Bola balas. Come here. Aturan nedan.
So as expected, we are Skant into the attack. Played up, it's just a single in the gap. Will they go for the second run? No, they're happy with the single.
So Rajiv, I think there's a very good explanation that you need to make on this delivery.
Yeah, definitely. There was a warning given for Afghanistan batters for running on the pitch. There you see, right in the middle of the surface. And it was called dead ball. And 5 penalty runs will be added into Sri Lanka when they start their innings. So it will be 5 before the first ball being bowled.
Yeah, that's right. Sri Lanka start off with a bonus. But at the moment, Afghanistan are 270 for 6. This is the 44th over. Again attempted sweep.
Yeah, interesting passage for Viaskant as well. He's bowled brilliantly so far, captured 2 wickets.
Get him here, boys. Get him here, boys. Get this wicket.
Interesting
here,
time frame with the spinners in play. With the one extra fielder outside the 30-yard. Oh, quick single once again. Misfield. But I reckoned with the new batter coming in Oh, Chamika Karunaratne there. Not in the playing 11 today. Nunidi Fernando also. The wrong one. He never read that.
This has been a feature, isn't it? The Afghanistan batters haven't picked Viskan's googly or the wrong one. That's been his strength. Oh, that's a rank long hop. And it's just been pulled in by the fielder. So they will come back for 2.
There was slight hesitation between the batters as well. So 44 done. 212 for 6.
Talking? You can handle me? You can handle me? You can handle me? Can't I talk? Come boys, come boys! Get him here boys, get him here boys!
High up in there, fielder under it. And Wanuja Sahan bowling his last over, very first ball, he's rewarded. Much expected. And so far he has bowled well. And that's the 7th wicket. The Ishaq has to walk back. Tossed up delivery, a little wide outside the off stump, going for a big slog. Got the top edge. And Wickramasinghe has been busy throughout today with a run out, couple of catches. And Ishaq Rahimi, he passed for 30, Afghanistan A 212 for 7.
Yes, sir. Anuj ki aati na?
212 for 7. 36 balls remaining in the Afghanistan innings. Abdullah Ahmadazai is a new batsman in. And he looks at a big one. Chance of a run out. But no, they will manage the single.
Yeah, Abdullah, the new batter, got off strike in the very first delivery. Tossed up delivery right outside the off stump and going for a big shot. Got that top edge. Yeah, Abdullah is the new batter walking in at number 9. He picked up 5 wickets against India A in the first game.
Yep, that's right. Well, one thing is for sure. Abdullah, the new batter in, only knows one way. Slog at anything.
What Wanuja did was, I think he bowled a little slow, a little outside the off stump. That's why he got that wicket, because the batter went for a big heave towards the mid-wicket area. Oh, yes. Lot of turn. Interesting turn.
And the Afghanistan spinners will be now licking their fingers after seeing that one. And this time a big swing. And they will come back for 2. 220. 218 is their score at the end of 46.
Right, so we're into the last 5 overs of this Afghanistan innings. 216 runs on the board for the loss of 7 wickets. Shams and Abdullah, the 2 batters out there in the middle. And here comes Viskant to bowl his last over. Oh, gone. There we go. That's the breakthrough. Is it? Is it? Well, for a moment, Iran, I thought that was an inside edge onto the stumps, but it looks as if it was a stumping effort from Niroshan Dikwella.
Fair delivery. Give me side on replay, please. Roll back, roll back. One more frame back, please. Batter made its ground before breaking the wicket. I have made my decision. Forward the light, please.
Well, there you go. Umpire Ravindra Kotachi. He says the batter has made his ground. Good decision, though. Shams survives. 216 on the board for the loss of 7 wickets. Viskant, he continues to ask the questions from the batters. He's into his final over. A brilliant spell so far.
Yes.
Looking for another one. Probably to finish things off in style. Some sporters worked out to the middle. They'll look for a second run, but they'll have to settle down with one.
It's been a really good spell from Viskant. 9.2 overs, couple of wickets for just 35 runs. Execution has been really good, especially in those middle overs where Sri Lanka desperately needed those, needed that control in those middle overs. He was the one to lead the pack. He was the one to give that sort of control in those middle overs for Sri Lanka. So Viskant can be mighty proud of his efforts today. 2 wickets for 35 against a strong Afghanistan A team. So we're in the 45.4 overs done. 217. We got a couple more deliveries in this over, and Viskant as usual. This over, just a single on offer from him. Another big heave there from Abdullah, but straight into the hands of the fielder on the onside. Halabage cuts it down for just a single. It's a good comeback, isn't it, from Sri Lanka. Iran, obviously, at one stage, Afghanistan were cruising at just 140, 150 for the loss of 3-4 wickets. But then, those middle overs, they really took the control of this game, the Sri Lankan A bowlers. So 46 overs done, 219 for 7.
219 for 7. We have 4 more overs left. As we could see, few rain droplets falling in the background. As we could see, we have a huge passing dark cloud right on top of the ground. I don't think it's going to make too much of a trouble. With 4 overs left, we should be able to complete the innings of the Afghanistanis. But coming back into the performance of the Sri Lankans, they have really pulled things back. At a point, it looked like the Afghanistan batters might go across 260 runs. But the Sri Lankans, they really held their nerve, managed to pull things back, and they managed to expose the tail of the Afghanistan batters.
Yeah. Now, looking into the field setup for Mohammad Shiraz, long on and long off, down in the deep, and third man fine leg up inside the circle means he can go full against the right-hander. Oh, quick single. Oh, a direct chance, a direct hit. Would have been really, really interesting. It was hit straight into the hands of the fielder. But they're safe at the end of the day. Let's have a look at that again. Oh, not even in the frame. A direct hit would have been the 8th wicket for Afghanistan. But it's a risk they had to take. And it took the reward.
Wide outside the off stump. They'll come back for a second run, but the throw was not good enough. Should have been right on top of the stumps. Dick Vella was very interested. But all these runs would definitely count when it comes to the Sri Lankan team, because they need to chase these down. Not easy. Throwing it outside the off stump. Full swing of the arms. Double Nelson on the board, and the umpire decides that it's time to do a little bit of exercise.
Wide on offer for Shiraz. Now the plan is quite clear. He's going to bowl full. Ideally outside the off stump, wide outside the off stump, but this time he gets it wrong. But the field suggests that Shiraz is going to bowl it full. Right onto the stumps. There we go. Oh, slower delivery. Oh, gone. Brilliant. Has that gone all the way for a boundary? Is it a 6 or a 4? We'll wait for the confirmation.
Show me again. Yes, ball clearly touch on the boundary line. 6, 6, 6, boundary 6.
There you go. More exercise for the umpire. Mohammad Shiraz, I feel he's being touch too predictable. 6 more runs added to the Afghanistan total. Oh, what a shot. Fabulous wrist work. Up and over extra cover. Make it 10 off 2.
Yeah, this is just poor execution there from Shiraz. He's being predictable. As I mentioned earlier, the field suggested that he would bowl it full, and the last couple of deliveries, they were slower deliveries right into that full length region, being hammered for first ball for a 6, and this one he cleared out his front foot, opened up that area on the offside, and just bashed it. There we go. Look at that. A pick up for the ages. Down the ground. There's no fielder. Might go all the way. No, that's a good save. Brilliant. Wanucha Sahan stopped a certain boundary there. Wonderful effort at the boundary line. 47 overs done, 235 for 7.
Well, an expensive over the previous one. 14 runs coming off that over. Mohammad Shiraz, very expensive throughout the day. Shamika Gunasekara. He has bowled 7 overs with 23 runs. Abdullah, he looks on song. 3 moves to go though. This is good, very good from Shams. He knows that Abdullah is seeing the ball like a football now. So he's happy to rotate the strike and get his aggressive batting partner to deal with this.
Let's look at the last ball of the last over. There we go. Once again, that clearance of his front foot. And it gives that more open space. But look at that effort there from Wanucha Sahan. Absolutely brilliant. 10 out of 10 for that effort. There we go once again. This time right into the block hole. Shamika coming back for the second run. These are valuable runs for Afghanistan. Well, they were heading into this, the 40th over. They were, 10-15 runs short, but now they've catched up nicely.
Yeah, great work by Abdullah. He's finishing things off in style. He's putting the icing on the cake. And that's what's important at this stage with 7 wickets down. Touch worried whether they were in a position to go past 250. But looks like he's happy to do it in style. He's throwing the kitchen sink at every single delivery. And he's using the wrist much more effectively.
Look at those last 12 deliveries. Valuable runs on offer for Afghanistan. 239 for 7 after these 3 deliveries. We got a couple more overs to go. So that is 15 deliveries remaining for Afghanistan to get to that 250 plus score, which will not only give them a good score on the board, but will give that psychological edge as well. And it gives more freedom for the bowlers when you have runs on the board. Oh, that's a good delivery from Shamika. He has executed a couple of Yorkers in this over quite effectively. Let's have a look at that again. There we go, right into the block hole. Just very unfortunate not to find that gap between bat and pad. Shamika. Well, he was quite unfortunate today, I would say. Quite unlucky, Shamika. We saw a drop chance as well of his bowling in this first spell with the new ball. Oh, that's a full toss. That's been hammered down the ground. There's a fielder, and he takes it. The batter is asking the question. We'll wait for the confirmation.
Show me again, please. Fair delivery, fair delivery.
Well, third umpire decides that it's a fair delivery. Below waist height. Abdullah, the danger man, he will have to make that long walk back to the dugout. That'll be the 8th nail on the coffin for the Afghanistanis. There you go, trying to go downtown. He will be disappointed. A juicy full toss. He should have deposited it out of the ground. But a good catch under pressure. 21 of 13. Afghanistan, 240 for 8.
Right, so 240 for the loss of 8 wickets. Last ball of this over coming up from Charmika. And in comes the new batter, Zahir Khan Pakteen, a left-handed batter. Five runs and a wicket from this over. Charmika. Yeah, it's a good delivery. A full length, nothing much Zahir could do. And that marks the end of the over. 48 overs done, 240 for the loss of 8 wickets. We've got 2 more overs to go.
Two more overs left. 12 legal deliveries. And right on top of us, from the combox end, we could see another passing dark cloud. We hope that it stays away.
Hopefully it's passing.
Yeah, that has been the story of the day so far. Mathulan to finish things off. Oh, throws it. Good bit of fielding. No run added to the total.
Yeah, so the slight drizzle once again comes in. This is the last wicket. Charmika, a juicy full does it goes high up in there. He was never in control of that shot. But a good catch from V.S. Khan. There we go. Had to judge things up to the perfection, which he did. Oh, there we go, asking the question this time, and the finger goes up. Mathulan picks up his second wicket. And with the slight drizzle, the 9th wicket goes down for Afghanistan. 240 for the loss of 9 wickets. Mathulan, full and straight, and it does the trick.
Afghanistan falling apart. There you go. Let's take a closer look at that. Plumbed in front of the stumps. Probably crashing into middle and off. Good decision by the umpire. No hesitations. And he will have to depart. Shamsur, 9 of 20. 240 for 9.
Mathulan picks up his second wicket, and in comes Khalil Gurbaz, right-handed batter from Afghanistan. In comes the last man. 240 for the loss of 9 wickets. Here's Mathulan, bowling his 7th over, 2 for 41 for him. Oh, dropped. Oh, my goodness. Came right back at him. Well. Let's have a look at it again. There we go. Played with the full phase of the bat. Never in control, but had that second chance. Well. Mathulan will be disappointed with that.
Should have had another wicket, Mathulan. Surely will be disappointed. Oh, there you go. These kind of wild swings you could expect from these tail enders with 8 deliveries left. There you go, the previous wicket. Trying for that cheeky little lap over the short third man fielder. But not making any kind of contact. Wrapped in front of the pads. Oh, quick single. Every run would matter though. Trying to grab as much as possible.
Yeah, Afghanistan should try to get to that 250-run mark, as I mentioned earlier. It just gives that psychological edge, and at the same time, having 250 runs on the board. As a bowler, you feel comfortable. You know that you have runs on the board. But it all depends on whether Mathulan can finish things off in this over. Just a 1 run on the 49th over and a wicket. Oh, there we go. Right outside the off stumps. Zahir couldn't do much with that delivery. That's the end of the over. 49 overs done. 241 for 9. Right, so Charmika Gunasekara to bowl the 50th over. 241 for the loss of 9 wickets. He's been quite outstanding. Charmika, 2 wickets for 28 runs in 8 overs.
Well, that's just that we'll need to have 1 extra fielder inside the circle because the Sri Lankan bowlers haven't really finished their quota on time. So we will have 1 extra fielder inside the 30-yard circle. Important over. Flashing blade. Important runs for the Afghanistanis. Now these are kind of shots that you could expect from the tail enders. Important runs.
Yeah, nothing much you can do as a bowler, as a captain, to set a field for that kind of a boundary. A very healthy edge, and it runs away for a boundary. There we go. But these are valuable runs. There are very much valuable runs for Afghanistan. Charmika, he'll be disappointed. 2 for 32. Bowling his 9th over. Khalil on strike. This is a very crucial over. Charmika started off well. You need to make sure that he's finishing things off well. Just to set the right tone. Coming into this second game in this tri-series for Sri Lanka A. Charmika was not part of that opening game against India A team. And this Talent TV A team Tri-Nation One-Day Series. But so far, coming into this second game for Sri Lanka A, he has done a good job, a tremendous job. Oh, a swing. Well, that missed the leg stump by a very small margin. So far, so good from Charmika.
There you go, opening up his thumbs, throwing the kitchen sink. Well, if that had connected, probably might have disappeared into the skies. That kind of a wild swing that was. Well, with 3 deliveries left, I'm pretty sure that he's going to throw his bat at every single delivery. 245 on the board. Can they get to 250? Oh, the lap comes out. What a catch that was by Niroshan Dikwalla. He was flying like a bird to grab that. Brilliantly taken.
Yeah, what a fitting end to this innings. In the perspective of Sri Lanka, Roshan Dikwella takes an absolute stunner to wrap things up here at Double International Cricket Stadium. Sri Lanka restricting Afghanistan for just 245. Let's have a look at this last one. There we go. The idea was right. The execution almost perfect, but not quite to get it over the head of Niroshan Dikwella behind the stumps. A good grab from Dikwella. And with that, the innings comes to an end here at Double International Stadium. Afghanistan, they'll be pretty disappointed with these efforts. I mean, especially in those middle overs, they lost the control a bit. And especially in the last 10 overs as well, they would feel like they could have added at least another 30 to 35 runs to this total, because that's how good they were when it comes to a certain stage in this innings. And the Sri Lankan bowlers didn't give up in those middle overs, especially in the last 10 overs. They bowled with good discipline. Yes, there were phases where Afghanistan batters took control of the game, especially in the first 20 to 25 overs. They were in control. And having a look at Afghanistan batting lineup, it was Hassan who top scored for Afghanistan with 46 of 48 deliveries. And Bahir once again amongst the runs, 44 of 46. And a couple of 30s for Safi and Ishaq as well. So in 49.4 overs, Afghanistan finishing things off with 245 runs. Having a look at the bowling performances, Chamika Gunasekara, the standout performer coming into this second game for Sri Lanka. 8.4 overs, 3 wickets for 32 runs, and then a couple of wickets each for Mathulan and Viskant, and 1 wicket apiece for Vanuja and Sahan Arachi as well. So 245 for the loss of 10 wickets in 49.4 overs. Right, so let's have a look at the highlights of this innings of Afghanistan. They started off well, as I mentioned earlier. The first 15 to 20 overs, they were in control of this game with runs coming in nicely. They scored over 50 runs without losing a wicket in the first 10 overs, and the power play certainly belonged to them. And the perfect platform was set by the two openers, Imran Mir, the captain, and Hassan Ezekiel, who batted absolutely brilliantly today as well. 46 of 48 deliveries with 7 boundaries to his name. He played some really good shots all around the park, and this was Mathulan with the breakthrough down towards Shiraz at deep third, and from there onwards Khalid Taniwal came in, batted well before Viskant got the breakthrough of Hassan Ezekiel, and then the rain came in, slight drizzles, passing clouds. We got those interruptions a couple of times, if I'm not mistaken, and this was the run out of Ahan Wickramasinghe, who did absolutely brilliantly to get the throw right into the right end. And then it was Bahir Shah who absolutely looked batting absolutely easy out there in the middle. 44 of 46 for Bahir Shah, carrying his top form from the game against India as well. Viskant was absolutely brilliant today, especially in those middle overs. We talked about this earlier as well. Viskant, 10 overs, 37 runs, and got a couple of wickets as well. So especially at the back end of the innings, the Sri Lankan bowlers took control of the game. The spinners, Vanuja Sahan was absolutely brilliant. Viskant, as I mentioned earlier, was a key performer. And then Chamika Gunasekara just finished things off, bowling 8.4 overs and picking up 3 wickets to be the top wicket taker for Sri Lanka as he picked up 3 wickets for 32 runs. And Dikwella with an absolute stunner to wrap things up in the innings for Afghanistan. So 245 all out Afghanistan in this Talent TV A-Team Tri-Nation One Day Series 2026. Sri Lanka versus Afghanistan A, match number 3, and Sri Lanka A, when they come into bat after the short break, they will need 246 runs from 300 deliveries. So we'll take a short break and we'll be back with the run chase for Sri Lanka A from the picturesque Dambulla International Cricket Stadium.
Welcome back to the Rangiri Dambulla International Cricket Stadium. Well, we took a short break as Afghanistan's were done with their first innings. Sri Lanka A winning the toss, deciding to bowl first in this third encounter between Afghanistan and Sri Lanka in the Talent TV Cup One Day Series 2026. Afghanistan batting lineup, the two opening batters got off to a good start. But if you take a closer look at the scorecard, majority of the batters got off to a good start, but unfortunately not capitalizing on going to make that big score. And just because of that reason, the Afghanistan team ending up at 245 before they were bowled out at 49.4 overs. Well, with the ball in hand, Shamika Gunasekara was fabulous. 3 for 32 in 8.4 overs. And Mathulan and VS Khan managed to grab 2 wickets apiece. So Sri Lanka will need 246 runs to win this important contest and to make sure that they stay in line with this competition to move on to the next rounds. Joining with me in the combox, Gamini Perra, after some heavy lunch. Good afternoon, Gamini.
Good afternoon, Ron. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, this is going to be a fascinating contest, no doubt about that. It looks easy on the scoreboard, 245. But I'll tell you what, the way the pitch behaved at the end part, that Afghanistan innings, won't be easy. Avishka Fernando and Niroshan Dikwella, the two openers, the Sri Lankan A team, they have been there and done that before. They've done this at the highest level. Both are naturally attacking batters, right-hand, left-hand combination. Both batters like to feel better on ball early. There we are. And the other thing, tactically, I know they are naturally gifted players, but tactically, when you think about this run chase, Aaron, while the ball is new, I think it will be imperative for them to use that new ball while it's hard, the two new balls from either end, and use that 10 overs and try and wipe out a big portion of this total.
Abdullah, he will have the new ball in hand. He was brilliant the other day against the Indians. So they will be expecting the fast bowlers to do their job with the new ball in hand. Well, if you're just joining us, you might be a little bit concerned about that total. But before coming to that, this is Niroshan Dikwella, the opening batter, the wicket keeper for the Sri Lankan team. He's going to play a key role here chasing down this total because, especially during the power play, he's very, very famous of throwing those cheeky little shots out. Avishka Fernando, the right-hand batter. They got off to a brilliant start the other day, 90-plus run partnership. Here we go then. Flick of the wrist. What a way to start the innings for Niroshan Dikwella. The outfield will do the rest.
Yeah, it was a freebie really, coming around the wicket. And you might wonder why the total is on 9 after that boundary. That is because when the Afghanistan batters were out there in the middle, umpire gave 2 warnings for running on the wicket and then they got penalized. So they started with 5. The Sri Lanka total started with 5 with that boundary. It's 9 off the first delivery and like I said, very strange feel here. His stock ball, Abdullah's stock ball comes into the right-hander pads. Dikwella is very strong in that area. And there's only one fielder down there at long leg, short mid wicket and mid-on. 6 fielders on the offside. Most of the left-handers are pretty good on the leg side. Niroshan Dikwella is an exceptional player. Loves to go over the infield to that mid-wicket square leg area. You got to be precise with your line. Appeal for a cord behind. I'll tell you what, Abdullah is swimming in dangerous waters, bowling that line.
Yeah, Niroshan Dikwala, he's very strong off his pads. Heavy wrist work. He can quickly pick the line and length. They're probably brushing the pad on its way. All the players, they went up on a flash. Would be a prize wicket if they could get this man out during the power play. Once again, similar kind of shot. Make it 2 in 2 in the same direction for Niroshan Dikwala.
Well, this is bread and butter for Niroshan Dikwala. He's going to hit that ball every day of the week. Very strong offside field. Now there is a change. I think 3 or 4 balls late to make that decision. As it is, the angle helps the batter to drop kick over that infield on the onside. Now the fine leg comes inside. Square leg drops back. This is a much better field. Mid wicket in place. And also change of angle for Abdullah. He's coming over the wicket.
In comes Dil Scoop. Right over the wicketkeeper's head. And that's his own version of playing that shot. Now look at how he is adapting himself with the fine leg being brought into the circle.
Just a moment ago, I just told you around how strong he is on the leg side. Dikwala does Dikwala things, and that's how he bats. As soon as the fine leg was brought into the circle, he played the field. End of the first over. Yeah, you guessed it right. 17 for no loss.
An expensive over, 12 runs coming off that over. Had to add to that total 5 more runs as penalties. And the total sits at 17. And looks like we are going to enjoy some spin straight away. Realizing that this surface is offering a lot for the spinners, the Afghanistan skipper deciding to introduce his spinners early during these innings. Shams will start off. Oh, that's some turn, Garmin, isn't it?
And quick turn too. Wasn't the slowest delivery you'll ever see. He's got 5 fielders onto the onside, the spinning side. Yeah, even the wicketkeeper was late on it, wasn't he? Oh, very unlucky, I'll tell you. That ball pitched around middle and off. Prodigious turn. A bit of drift as well.
Yeah, this is going to be very interesting. If he's getting that much of turn. Oh, there you go. He gets it right. Pitching it just outside the off stump. Probably he needs to get a little bit more fuller. Don't let the batter get off to the back foot. It'll be interesting to see how Dikwala will handle the spinners, because he's a very busy batter. Once again, huge turn. Now this is going to be very interesting. This much of turn offered on the surface.
Yeah, both these boundary riders on the onside. Umpire Vimalasiri crosses over to the offside simply because there is a fielder at 45 inside the circle on the onside. He needs to keep an eye on those 3 fielders. One there at deep square leg. You are allowed to have only 2 fielders behind the line on the onside. So from where he was, the deep Sportylk field was unsighted, so that's why he crossed over to the other side. Now this will be a good battle. Dikwella against right arm off spin, who is getting some turn.
Well, I just feel he might opt to go for the reverse sweep. With third man and point inside the circle, no one behind square. I just feel, I've been watching him over the years. Very watchful, just to get a feel of the surface.
Yeah, slipping plays as well. Lofted over extra cover. 1, 2. Done well. Done well. Done very well. Saved 2 runs for his team. Yeah, that's a conventional shot. Over the infield, over extra cover. Dikwella, because he's got such a strong bottom hand, he's quite strong in that area as well. Not only the sweep shots and reverse sweeps. This shot, he has mastered it over the years.
Very good wrist work. Well, he decides to bring on the conventional sweep. And for a moment, I thought that the deep fine leg fielder might have an opportunity. But the ball had enough legs to run to the boundary for 4 more runs to complete over number 2. 26 on the board without loss.
Fernando is on 1. Dikwella is on 18 off 9. These two batters have raced to 26 off 2 overs. Current run rate 13. And keep an eye on the required run rate, RRR. Already is 4.58, down by at least a couple of points, decimal points. Hit powerfully in the gap. Wasn't off the middle of the bat, but still have the legs to cross the boundary. So these two batters are dealing in boundaries, Iran.
Yeah, with just a couple of fielders outside the 30-yard circle. Anything outside the off stump, Avishka Fernando, he will pounce on you. He's very strong off the front foot, and he loves driving on the move. There you go. And as we have mentioned multiple times, once you get past the 30-yard circle, as a batter, you could guarantee that you'll be valued for your shots.
Both these players, Iran, they've spent a long time in the national side and on a comeback trail. So performance in this series is significant for their promotion. Punched on the bow, that is a wonderful shot. Beautifully placed. Yeah, deserved. Just the balance, the hands, right out of the top draw, everything right about that one.
Yeah, it looks so elegant. Beautiful timing. It was pure timing. No power behind that. There you go. A punch off the back foot. Placement was perfect. Both these batters looks like they're enjoying themselves out there in the middle. What a start though it has been for the Sri Lankans. Oh, beautiful shot, but straight into the fielder. He will be disappointed. That was short and asking to be hit.
Sri Lankan batter started with 5 on the board, the penalty runs. 7 boundaries already, and we are into the third over. It's raining boundaries here. That's the only rain we need. Yeah, he'll probably have to operate around that area. Avisca Fernando is a very strong offside player. Get him to work those wrists across the line. Try and aim at that middle peg. Already there are 5 fielders inside the ring on the offside. Comfortable defensive shot to finish the third over. 2 boundaries in it. 34 for no loss after 3.
Well, Abdullah has gone to the cleaners. He managed to grab 5 wickets the other day against the Indians. But 20 runs coming off his 2 overs here today. Dikwalla goes down on one knee and pounces on it. Through deep mid-wicket. Tick off another boundary for Niroshan Dikwalla.
Oh, this has become a nightmare. Once again, the length.
Dead bowling, Shams.
It looks easy, but it's execution. You know, sometimes the batter will wander between the risk and reward, but as long as you execute, there's nothing wrong with it. Same area, play that again, Sam. Only thing, this time has gone the distance.
This is sensational batting from Niroshan Dikwalla. He has come out with one intention. That is really going to go after the opening bowlers of the Afghanistan team. There you go. Similar shot. This time, getting the distance. Getting underneath it, dragging it from outside the off stump. The Afghanistan bowlers straight away under pressure. And when you have someone like Niroshan Dikwalla out there in the middle, you're always under pressure.
Well, it'll be interesting to see the next step. Now the square leg inside the circle, mid-wicket goes back. Will he skim across the stumps? Yeah, that's what he will do. Well. Just move across to the off stump. Playing the field to perfection.
This is real fun to watch. Playing the field, you correctly mentioned it, Gamini. Going behind square. It has been a run fest so far. Raining boundaries. 32 of 12 deliveries. 14 runs coming off the first 3 deliveries.
Yeah, what Shams needs to understand is that you can't give the same speed to Dikwalla. You need to try and see whether you can get some speed variations into his spell. Yeah, that's much better, but there was a risk involved. Quicker delivery. Still got better. Well, sometimes you see the funny side of it, but you've gone for what? 18 runs or 4 deliveries.
He saw it being sprayed down the leg side and decides to bring the broom out and sweeps it much finer. There you go. This has been great going. Now once Niroshan Dikwalla gets into his mood, it's very hard for the bowlers.
Now 2 balls before that, he moved across the stumps to off stump. Now have a look at this one. Huh? He's going to move outside. No, he played a conventional shot. Well, that's a surprise. What do I know about cricket? 54 or 4 overs. Dikwella is firing in all cylinders here.
Probably had enough of that over. Maybe giving the license to Avishka Fernando to have a go in the final delivery. And maybe he wants to enjoy from the first delivery in the next over. Shot! Dropped. This is disappointing. That should have been taken. Would have been curtains when he, in fact, Avishka Fernando. That ends over number 4, 54 without loss.
Huge moment, that last delivery of the last over. See, it's not only not only Avishka Fernando's wicket we are talking about. We'll quickly have a look at that one as soon as we get a chance. If that catch has been taken, that would have affected Dikwella's game as well. Fresh over. Oh. Oh. Legitimate delivery according to Ravindra Vimalasiri, the umpire. Now, this is what I'm talking about. It was travelling, mind you, but at this level, you got to hold on to those catches. And when you drop a quality player like Fernando, it's a horrible feeling when you drop a catch. It's more to do with when you're not switched on. Yeah, like I said, that would have definitely affected Dikwella's decision making had they grabbed the wicket.
In fact, Niroshan Dikwella, he looks much more comfortable when you have a batter like Avishka Fernando on the other end, his opening batting partner, who is feeling the ball and bat quite well. And just like that, Avishka Fernando, that goes for a boundary. Now that really surprised me. That was just a deft touch, but no protection.
A delightful stroke play from both batters here. Just a little punch on the onside, rolling the wrist. Got the gap he wanted. Just shows, even with some of the showers we've had during this game, this outfield is lightning. Don't bowl there. Do not bowl there. That has gone a fair distance. Another maximum. Even though there was a fielder at deep square leg, he had absolutely no intention of keeping that down.
Yeah. Nicely done by Avishka Fernando. Look at that. Rolling his wrist on top of the ball to make sure that he got it much more finer. Lovely piece of timing. This has been a great execution by these opening batters.
Attempted shorter delivery. Didn't get up as he wanted. I'll tell you what. Only thing that's going to stop these two batters at the minute is rain.
Well, as we speak, the umpires have decided to get the covers out to the middle. We hope that it would be one more passing cloud, because we have a strong wind that is blowing across the grounds. Well, looks like the umpires are just checking whether the covers needs to come out. They decides against it. Look like the passing cloud has just cleared up. Now, this is the drama that could happen in Dambulla, isn't it, Garmin, when it comes to the weather?
64 for no loss in 4.5 overs. It's raining boundaries. That's the only rain we require at the minute. There is some rain in the horizon, but let's hope that the gods will be kind to us. You need 20 overs to constitute a result. But if these two guys, the way they are going, if they play 20 overs, they'll get past this total, won't they? It's 13 runs per over at the minute.
That was slapped hard, but straight into the fielder. Now both these batters, they're looking in very good mood. A good over, an expensive over once again comes to an end. 5 overs done, 64 without loss.
.64, Shams, who had a forgetful 2 overs, been taken off. Pace from both sides, or both ends, I should say. Miscued fielder is after it. Yeah, did well. At last, a miscued shot from Dick Weller's bat. Now once again, rain is calming down hard this time. It doesn't help even players, spectators, umpires, even the commentators for that matter, when you have these stop-start career games. But unfortunately, that's the way it is at the minute. Crowd will be very disappointed to see that the game is stopped, because Dick Weller was doing Dick Weller things and Avishka Fernando was slowly but steadily getting back to his form.
Yeah, really disappointing for the fans, for the team itself, because they got off to a flyer. 66 runs on the board after 5 overs, with Dick Weller on 39 of 15 deliveries. He looks so good. And Avishka Fernando supporting him well, 20 of 16 deliveries. But at the moment, we have some heavier, darker clouds coming on top of the ground. Like, take a closer look at the batting card, the 2 opening batters getting off to a flyer, just like the first one-day game against India. They managed to set the tone at the top. They've done the same today as well. But the bowlers, I'm sure they don't want to have a look at these figures.
Good news is that rain has cleared, but we might have to give some time for the ground staff to clear the covers. Up until then, we'll take a break. On the other side, live action.
Welcome back to Rangiridambula International Cricket Stadium. It's the Talent TV A-Team Tri-Nation One-Day Series 2026. Sri Lanka taking on Afghanistan A. Sri Lanka winning the toss, restricting Afghanistan A for 245 all out. So there was a stoppage a few minutes ago, and the rain coming pretty fast out here, and the covers coming in, but it was lucky that play can resume very quickly with the strong breeze and the help of the ground staff. 30 odd people coming in with the covers, and then within no time the sun is out and we are returned to play with Sri Lanka off to a fiery start. 66 for no loss, 5.1 overs, and Hiroshan Dikwala off to a blistering start. Tucked down the leg side, couple of runs. Oh, misfield. With 245 defending, Afghanistan can't afford to do such mistakes. Once again, good afternoon, Gosala.
Afternoon, Rajiv, and afternoon to all our viewers. This is poor. This is poor. But Dikwala, he's been, well, I don't have words. He's been Dikwala from the word he's coming. And he's really taken on the Afghanistan bowling. The pressure was on the fielder. They were looking for two, but oh, lucky, but that's the way he plays. He gets another boundary. Niroshan Dikwala is on a mission.
Yeah, maybe going for that shot a little too early. And played uppishly that cover drive there, you see, pushing little too early. Lucky for him. That went over the short extra cover fielder and races away to the boundary. Back-to-back boundaries just after the break. Like you mentioned, Hosala, Dikwala, he's been Dikwala. And oh, another misfield. Couple of runs for Niroshan Dikwala. I mean, 18 balls, 49 runs. And what he has done is so far, Kosala, is that he's playing his natural game. Not taking much pressure onto his shoulders. Just playing on the ball's merit.
We did talk about Dikwala being Dikwala. And that's exactly what he's doing. Because it's very hard to set field. Now, that's very poor fielding. It's very hard to set a field to a batsman like this because you never know what he's going to do to you. He will drop that front shoulder, but that is not going to matter. Oh, beauty. And he's gone. He's gone. Gone for 49. He was trying to run that down. Dikwala has to make a walk back, and that's quite disappointing for Dikwala and Sri Lanka because he just put Sri Lanka in a on a plate of fruits.
Well, missing out on another half century. That outside edge, trying to work it towards the third man region, and then got the thick outside edge, and some relief for Safi there. And Afghanistan picking the breakthrough. The danger man goes 49 off just 19 deliveries. Sri Lanka A 76 for 1. The debutant in Sri Lanka A colours, Hussein Halabage, walks in at number 3. Another dashing right-handed batter who loves the power play. You know, he has 4 overs remaining inside the power play. More of a He loves the T20 format as well. We'll take a look at this. He wanted to run it down towards the deep third region and got the outside edge. Opening the face there. Disappointing moments for the Kuala. Vishen Halabage goes aerial. One bounce, 4. What's going on here, Kosala?
What a way to start your international career. First ball disappears to the boundary. It's end of the over. 80 for 1 at the end of 6.
After 6 overs, Sri Lanka 80 for 1. No, this is not a T20. 4 overs of power play remaining, Kosala. And look at that, Afghanistan after 6 overs, they're 34 for none. And Sri Lanka 80 for 1. Oh, lovely. Lovely punch off the back foot. Couple of runs for Avishka Fernando. He's been the second fiddle, but look at his strike rate as well, over 100.
So this is the first ball of Vishen Halabage in his international career, and he just punches it over mid-off. Well, he's known for this, isn't it? He's a very explosive batter. But Avishka Fernando is looking good. That let-off will really hurt the Afghanistan team. And this time, he punches it through the cover region, and that will find the boundary. This is unbelievable, Rajiv.
Yeah, call it. This is carnage. Carnage of runs and a run fest. Again, back at the length delivery. Pounce it out nicely on the rise. And made sure that was placed right in the gap. And helps it along nicely. Well, Avishka Fernando, another batter who's striking well today. And Niroshan Dikwal will be disappointed. Second 40 plus score and missing out half centuries. Well, prominent face. Anusa Samaranaga. Young at heart.
Abdullah will start we want to try and finish this off better. But look at that run rate.
Yeah, so far 11 boundaries and 2 sixes. Look at the sky right above us. The dark clouds hovering around the Rangiridambul International Stadium. Well, for a result, Kosala, there should be 20 overs, but Sri Lanka Oh, pick up shot. That's given 6 through mid-wicket. What a brilliant shot from Avishka Fernando there. And maybe umpire Ravindra Vimalasiri wants to have a look at that. For a moment, I reckon that bounce right inches.
Boundary 4, boundary 4.
Yeah, he will change his decision. It's a boundary. What a brilliant shot. The pickup shot once again. Oh, similar shot. Similar result. Back-to-back boundaries for Avishka Fernando with a single shot through mid-wicket. 7 overs done. Expensive over from Abdullah. 14 runs of it. 94 for 1.
So they need another 152 of 246 balls. That's well in control of the game. But the only thing is this dark cloud that's out now. The field changing for Vishen Hallenberg. The point is dropping down to a deep point. The deep third is coming into a short third. There is a slip in place. A deep squares drop down. Safi is the wicket-taking bowler. 1 for 60. He's been the best out of the lot. Oh, it'll go down the throat. He's gone. Well, he was trying to overdo it. I thought that was a totally uncalled for, Rajiv, because what Sri Lanka can't afford here is to try and lose wickets. They got their runs on the board, but I am very disappointed because the square leg went down and that was on the cards. The short ball was on the cards.
Yeah, definitely. Prior to the delivery, Imran Mir changed his feel and then the bowler executing well and Vishen Hallenberg doing what the fielding captain and the bowler wanted. First ball 4 and the next ball he's gone. Vishen Hallenberg, very short stay. 4 for him in his first game. Sri Lanka A 94 for 2. New batter walking in. Most experienced campaigner in the middle order for Sri Lanka A. Sadira Samara Vikrama. The right hander. A lot of experience in the international level as well. This is the time that Sri Lanka A should understand. No matter how much you get, you need to bat the 20 overs to get a result. If the rain interruption comes into play, with the clouds hovering, the light is dipping right now, they can't afford to lose wickets, Kosala. Totally unnecessary. The point of, Sri Lanka A, they've got plenty of runs on board as well. But Safi picking up 2 quick wickets. Oh, lovely. What a way to start. Through cover region, Sadira Samara Vikrama opens his account with a boundary.
Beautifully done. Use the width of that delivery and hit it along the ground. And there was no stopping that once it passed that 30-yard ring. Starts off with the boundary. What a game this is turning out to be.
Yeah, even though it was struck on the toe end of the bat, that was traveling. Oh, left touch on the leg side. Maybe a couple of runs. 100 on board for Sri Lanka A. Inside the 8th over, losing couple of wickets. This is Vishen Hallenberg. Could be disappointing. Only lonely fielder in the boundary on the leg side. Easy pickings for the fielder at deep square leg. He couldn't find the gap. And a very short stay for Vishen Halabage. He's thrilled, Safi. This is the modern day cricket. Even if it's a T20, even if it's a 50 over, this is how you play. And Sri Lanka getting to that 100 mark in just 7.3 overs. That's 45 balls only.
I've seen T10 cricket. I've seen T20 cricket. But this is something like a Hong Kong Sixers.
Another cloud cover coming in from the left side from the commentary box. A lot of interruptions. The light is dipping as well. And from where I can see, this is going to be taking some time. And Sri Lanka off to a cruising start, a blistering start. There you see the back of those floodlights. There's a huge dark cloud coming in. Eight overs done, 100 for 2. Doesn't look good. Hope it's a passing cloud because of the breeze, the strong breeze around going across the ground. So the umpires will have to bring in the covers because it's raining. And Sri Lanka off to a flying start. You can't ask for more, of course, inside 8 overs. Just as we complete the 8th over, Sri Lanka managed to get 100 runs on board for the loss of 2 wickets. Yes, there you see. This is not good signs on the point of Sri Lanka because after that loss in the first game, they needed those 2 points.
Yeah, it's not looking good for Sri Lanka. It's a pretty strong drizzle now. It's getting stronger out there. But the wicket and the playing surface has been covered. Hopefully, this will be a cloud that will go away. And this is the Sri Lankan batting card so far. Dikwella, 49 of 19, a blistering start at the top. Vishen Halabage, unfortunately, not been able to get on with the game. But Avishka Fernando with 34, and Sri Lanka make 100 for 2 when the rains came down here in Dambulla. The bowling, well, Abdullah has gone for 44, Shams for 29 from 2, but Safi, he's been the pick. He's gone for 11 runs per over, but he's picked up 2 very important Sri Lankan wickets. And this is how the match is poised so far. Afghanistan put into bat, made 245, a top score of 46 for Hassan. Bahir made 44 and Safi 35. 3 wickets for Chami Gunratna and 2 apiece for Mathulan and V.S. Khan. In reply, Sri Lanka 100 for 2 after 8 overs. Dikwella 49, Avishka Fernando 34, not out. 2 wickets for Safi. And Sri Lanka require 146 runs with 8 wickets in hand from 42 overs. Well, with the covers being brought in by the ground staff and a pretty strong drizzle going across the ground, we'll take a short break and we'll be back with you as soon as we hear something from the center.
Afghanistan A. It's Sri Lanka A versus Afghanistan A, and we're back live here from the Double International Cricket Stadium for the Talent TV A-Team Tri-Nation One-Day Series 2026. And after a short rain break, we're back live right here for the Afghan A versus Sri Lanka A team. So Afghanistan A batting first, 245 in 49.4 overs. And Charmika with 3 wickets, and Hazan the top scorer with 46 runs. And by the time the rain came in Sri Lanka A, they were cruising on with 100 runs for the loss of 2 wickets in just 8 overs. Dick Weller, unfortunate yet again, missing out another half centuries. He was gone for 49, but Davishka and the rest of the batters doing a good job out there in the middle. This was the situation just a short while back. Heavy rains coming in, but now things have cleared up nicely here at Double International Cricket Stadium. The ground staff have done a good job, and the 2 batters have walked out to the middle, and Gamini joins me in the comm box.
Yeah, hello, Sundar. Hello, everyone. Yeah, good news is that we don't have immediate threat of rain, and hopefully we can play the rest of the overs. And for Sri Lanka's sake, I think it's important that they get a result in their favour if they want to stay alive in this Tri-Nations series. But having said that, Afghanistan probably would like that break because they were taken to all parts, weren't they, before that break. And they've got a rejuvenated team out there in the middle and a fresh start. And here we go. Well, full bunger first up. Sadira Samarikrama continues from Avishka Fernando, I say corrected, continues from where he left off. 35 of 23. Dick Weller was in swashbuckling form, wasn't he? Samaravikrama played a brilliant shot to get off his mark. So the revised target was that 231 in 41 overs. The equation is on your right hand side. 130 required, 197 ball. Wow! See, quite often also before we got the covers on, there was a slight drizzle on the surface, and that can have a minor change into conditions. As you can see, it's skidded a bit, didn't it? Sometimes it can be easier for batting. Well, we'll have to wait and see.
Indeed, there was a slight drizzle. In fact, a drizzle right from the morning. There were a few interruptions on and off. But that last interruption was a bit of a lengthy one as the covers came in. All the big covers came in, and the ground staff, they've done a good job. They've cleared up everything, and we're ready to play. Of course, the conditions have been really, really good so far. Sadira, 6 of 7 deliveries, continuing. He was very unfortunate in that first game against India, made 40-odd runs. Couldn't reach his half century, so it's another opportunity for him to get to a good start and to convert that start into a match-winning knock. 130 runs required, 194 deliveries remaining, but they got to keep their mind on that DLS pass score as soon as we hit that 20-over mark. Worked away towards the onside for just a single.
Yeah, I mentioned about the surface because that drizzle might change the conditions. The other factor is the ball. Now that the ball has traveled to the outfield, it can be on the heavier side, and that will be another reason that will contribute a change of conditions that might also help the ball to skid. Punched. Wow. Hammered away. Bounced just in front of the fielder. This is also a factor that you need to take into consideration. Now the ball skids along the surface, and fielders needs to be aware of it and try and get their bodies behind. End of the over, 106 for 2. Oh, some of the action from the first power play, I'll tell you what, the two openers face 60 odd deliveries. That's pretty much the highlight package. There's so many boundaries in that. You're going to all parts. All those 3 shots in the first over of the innings. And then Avishka Fernando joined the party. That was a terrific shot. First one bounced inside. Second one went the distance. Yeah, there were an array of shots, helping shots, powerful shots, check drives, pick-up shots. You name it, like I said, all those 8 overs of our plays.
That was Dikwell, a very unfortunate way to get dismissed. Missed out another half century. But Avishka Fernando looked to be in a really good touch here. Played some really good shots all around the park. Back-to-back boundaries. And then Halabagi just made a cardinal mistake of playing it right into the throat of the fielder, down in the deep. So as a result, 107 for the loss of 2 wickets. We're still in the power play, so the first 10 overs will constitute the power play. 124 more runs required of 191. And Avishka, who's on 39 of 24, will play a crucial role in chasing this down. That's a poor delivery, and that'll be called wide.
Zahra. Bacha bachya. Bowling. Boys. Yo wicket da.
Right, so Avishka, who's on 40 of 25, as I mentioned earlier, will play a crucial role in chasing things down. You've got to keep in mind, as I mentioned earlier, you've got to keep in mind about the DLS Pasco as well. As soon as we hit that 20-over mark, that'll be something that they got to keep in mind. And at the same time, the revised playing conditions, we've been just informed that it'll be the first 8 overs will be the power play, and then the second power play would be over number 8 to 33. And then from there onwards, 33 to 41 will be getting the third power play. So that's how the revised playing conditions has been set out by the match officials. Driven nicely. Straight into the hands of the fielder.
Sahir, I saw him warming up. We were in the change of innings. He was getting some considerable turn, I'll tell you. And he's got a very vicious wrong one as well. Samar Vikrama. Usually he's a very good player of spin. Reached the ball well. Oh, I just said it. That's a vicious wrong one of his.
Vicious indeed. That was brilliantly played, pushing, rather forcing Sadir Samaravikrama to his front foot, and there we go. Just enough turn to beat that outside edge. Absolute peach of a delivery. You got to be careful. The batters, Sadir and Avishka, will have to keep in mind the surface, how it behaved when they bowled, and now how it would behave when these spinners comes into play. Sadir is not happy with that decision. And that seems to be the end of the over. 10 overs done, 109 for the loss of 10 wickets, Sri Lanka A.
Khalil, good bowling, Khalil.
109 for 2 off 10. Still a very healthy run rate. Target is 231. Khalil being introduced from the grandstand end. Right arm orthodox. So spin from both ends. That might be the right arm wrist spin, I must say. To be right arm leg spin. So Afghanistan skipper playing all his trump cards. He doesn't have a lot of time. No lot of overs. So needs to keep on taking wickets. Oh, wow. I don't think the fielder at extra cover picked that up. That had a lot of hang time. Leading edge. Goodness gracious me. How did he miss that?
Well. Certainly took Avishka Fernando by surprise. But the real problem is, or rather the question is, whether the field at Covers had enough time to get to that ball when it's up in the air. Nevertheless, good encouraging stuff for the bowlers. And for Afghanistan, sharp turn and off. And there we go, Sadira using his silky hands, just managing to beat that fielder on the offside. And it races away for another boundary.
It's just an indication that you don't need real power to score runs. Just use the length, moved his back foot. A lot of modern day batters, they struggle to play after it's spun. But have a look at this one, the footwork. The good old late cut, they say. Much better length. Vikrama. Let's push us gently towards that offside gap. At this stage, well, it's a different ball game then. In the morning, 10 overs, 10.4 overs, Afghanistan were 53 for no loss. They were going nicely at that stage. Oh. Didn't pick the wrong one. Well, rubber the green is going towards the Sri Lankan batters at the minute. Another boundary. Avishka moves to 45 off 27. Took a bit of time to settle. Yeah, the shot that he wanted to play, I don't think he read the ball off the hand. He was going more towards cover, extra cover. Yep. See how the hands were coming from inside out. There was a big gap between bat and pad. If he had read that bat would have come a lot straighter towards the bowler.
Yeah, everything happening out there, the middle inside edges, and the ball keeping low. But at the end of the day, that's the end of the over. 11 overs done, 119 for 2.
Come on, boys.
Right, so Zahir back with the ball in hand once again. Sadira living dangerously. Both the batters not been 100% comfortable against the two spinners operating from the two ends for Afghanistan. Might take some time to get adjusted to the conditions. I worked away towards the onside once again. Couldn't pierce the field. Now that we're done with the power play, it's a much more widespread field for for both the batters, Sadir and Avishka. Avishka, who's currently on 45 of 28, will try to break the shackles here. Will try to get a boundary or two in a quick succession. Oh, this time he goes high up in there. And it's, oh, what happened there? And it's gone all the way for a boundary. That'll be an interesting replay.
Well, I don't think the bowler will take that explanation. Completely lost it. It isn't the brightest sun we are seeing, but the catch it was the shout, but unfortunately he lost it in the end, couldn't oblige. How costly that can be. Both these batters have got starts. Incidentally, Avishka Fernando was out in 40s in that last game. So was Sajida Samaravikrama. So both are looking for longer stays in the middle. I'll tell you what, these two bowlers are asking a few questions. Just that the fielders are not backing them at the moment.
Yeah, indeed, this session of play soon after the interruption after the rain has been quite eventful. We've seen quite a lot of eventful things happening, drop chances, fielders not backing up the bowlers, and at the same time the batters misjudging some deliveries entirely. So living dangerously both these batters. This time a good effort to cut it down for just a single to finish things off in that over. So 6 runs coming off from that over from Zahir, and Sri Lanka 125 for 2.
If Sri Lanka go on to win this game, it'll be even Stevens. As far as the points are concerned, very watchfully played by Avishka Fernando. Both these bowlers have got similar actions, although one is left arm and the other one is right. Both collapses their front leg. Head tilts forward. There. Not the highest release point you'll ever see. But one thing they have got in their advantage is that they are getting plenty of revs on the ball, and the ball is dipping and it's turning. So it's a matter of landing it on the spot and hope that the natural variations come into play from the surface.
Once again, neatly done, Sadira. Not the first time we've seen Sadira playing a shot like that. And he gets another boundary in that particular region, down towards the deep third man region, right behind backward square leg. Perfectly executed.
Again, looking for that wrong one, going wide of the crease. The length and the width. So changing the field, slip drops back to short third. That's a better delivery. Pitching around that middle stump line. Sometimes some of these teams, and the bowlers for that matter, make the mistake of adjusting the field after a bad ball, and suddenly a better ball follows up and the edge goes and the fielder is not there. I think Afghanistan will not be able to defend this total if the match goes the distance. The only way they are going to give a fight to the Sri Lankan batters is by getting them out.
Yeah, simple as that. Got to take wickets at this stage of the game. Afghanistan A, they don't have much runs to defend, just 100 runs required at this stage. And that's the end of the over. 13 overs done, 131 for 2.
Good morning, Shaba. MashaAllah, ha? Yo wicket da.
Right, so there we go. That's the equation for Sri Lanka A. They need 100 runs from as plenty as 168 deliveries. Well, from the equation itself, you'll consider that Sri Lanka A, they are in a very comfortable position, but a wicket or two here, let me tell you, will completely change that equation and get Afghanistan A right back into this game. So it's far from over for Afghanistan. They are a team who can bounce back even when the odds are not in their favour. So you cannot rule out Afghanistan by any means. They beat India. So they're at the top. In fact, equal points in terms of the points in this Tri-Nation Talent TV 18 Tri-Nation One-Day Series 2026. And Sri Lanka, it's a high-stake game for them. They need this win to stay competitive in this series, in this tournament. And Sadhir and Avishka will have a crucial role to play. Oh, that ball just kept in. It just kept coming on right into Sadhira. All right.
It's all part and parcel of the game.
MashaAllah, boys. Keep pressure, boys.
America were looking to get inside the line, also outside the line, I should say. And punch straight to extra cover. There's a bit of a contest brewing up here between Samara Vikram and Sahir.
Wicket the boys. Keep pressure, boys.
This has been a good over. Probing over. 5 dot balls. They're all mind games. Nicely bowled and nicely played. Picks up a single off a very good delivery. Not a bad over that. 132 for 2.
Shaba, boys.
Beautiful pictures of Double International Cricket Stadium.
Come
Sadhir once again tried to beat that. This time a quick single. But he gets to the other end safely. Avishka, on the other hand, has been out of strike for some time now. 47 off 33. Was stuck in that 45-run mark for some time. But now he's on strike against Khalil. Haven't been the easiest of the outings for both the batters. Against these two spinners. This time, it goes high up in there and it's gone the distance. There we go, 6, says the umpire. And that's a half century for Avishka Fernando. He missed it out in the first game, but this time he makes it a real good one with a strike rate, a staggering strike rate of 155.
Not that short, mind you. It's the ability to transfer his weight onto the back foot and use the depth of the crease. Wonderfully placed with some authority. One heck of a shot. Like I said, it wasn't the shortest ball you'll ever see. It's just a quick feet. Good batting, followed up with another single. Yeah, players like this, Fernando and Samar Vikrama, they will not be happy with these starts. They look for these big ones. The authorities needs to... Oh, nicely bowled, but nicely played. Kent's very good hands from Samar Vikrama.
Good bowling.
141 for 2. So since Halambage was dismissed, oh wow, that's another fabulous shot. Flatter trajectory. Again back at the crease. This time all along the ground. Timing and placement.
Yeah, a shot of full authority there, this time from Avishka Fernando once again, utilizing that onside really well. He's been very strong through that area over the years. And once again, just proving his class here. Expensive over this one. 13 runs coming off from that over. 15 overs done. 145 for 2.
Zaire will continue. The two spinners causing some doubt on the batters, but the run flow has not slowed down. Well, Avishka Fernando was a second fiddle when Dick Waller was striking well, but since then he managed to time the ball well, and placing was perfect, and he got plenty of time in this surface to go on his back foot, scored plenty. Shot. Boundary 4 once again in that deep mid-wicket region. There's no fielder. And a poor delivery once again from Zaire Khan, and 150 up for Sri Lanka inside the 16th over. It was a poor delivery from Zaire Khan. There was ample time for Avishka Fernando to bend down and go for that pull shot in that deep mid-wicket vacant area. Good evening, Iran. This looks a run fest, isn't it?
Very good evening, Rajiva. Yeah, Sri Lankans cruising along. The weather looks perfect. The conditions are perfectly fitting them. Now look at that shot. A front arm jab. Lovely shot. Perfect. The batters are enjoying the surface, isn't it, Rajiv? When the Afghanistan batters were out there in the middle, it kind of looked different. But the batters, the Sri Lankan batters, from the moment they walked out to the middle, they're just enjoying them.
Oh, poor delivery. Well, what I feel is, Iran, that Sri Lanka batters, they the approach that they made, and also the lengths the Afghanistani bowlers bowling, especially inside the power play, I think that makes a huge difference. Yeah, one might say the ball is turning, but the places they are landing, that's the question mark. I mean, that's why the batters have done a very good job. 16 done, 151 for 2.
Tam sihir işte o. O kana. Hey, agar adana na kazanta.
Oh, tries to throw it outside the off stump. Fails to make contact. Now, look at the current run rate, 9.34. Avishka Fernando, since the time that Niroshan Dikwalla was dismissed, he has taken the responsibility. Shot again. Hammered in front of square. A couple of bounces into the mid-wicket boundary for 4 more runs.
Yeah, poor delivery. And when you're defending a score, I mean, you can't afford to bowl. I mean, this surface is turning. But if you take that pitch map where Afghanistan spinners have bowled, they're bowled a lot shorter. And enough time, the wicket is getting slower and slower for Avishka Fernando to go on the back foot and place it with perfection. So the surface is turning, but you need to land on proper areas.
Oh, there you go. Plenty of turn on offer. Beautiful delivery.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. So that's the TV umpire, Ravindra Kottachi, and match referee, Manoj Mendis. Even right now, what I see, yes, Khalil bowled very good lines and lengths in the previous game against India, but here, crowd coming in. Gate 2 is open, free, all 7 games. This is the 3rd game of the Talent TV Hey Team Tri-Nation ODI series. So enough time. Like I say always, Iran, yes, it's turning, but the areas they're bowling is way shorter. So it's enough time. And for Sri Lanka batters to be a threatful bowler, you need to pitch it fuller, bring them on to the front foot, invite them to drive, get that ball to turn. Oh, what happened there? Did it spun just in front of the bowler? So single to end the 17th over, 158 for 2.
$73 runs required of 144 balls. Just 3 runs per over required. What do you think the Sri Lankan spinners did differently compared to the Afghanistan spinners, Rajiva?
Well, Shams into the attack. What I feel is that Khalil and Zair Khan both trying to bowl a little quicker. But what I feel as spinners, on a surface like this, for the batters to come on the front foot run, you need to bowl above the eye line so that the ball automatically lands in front. So Shams into his 3rd over. This is the last ball. I reckon maybe one of the scuff marks. And then the ball spinning. Even Kyle was surprised. So to get wickets on a surface as such, but the situation also it matters. I reckon they need to bowl a little fuller.
Nicely placed, lot finer. The field had deep fine leg will cut it away. Couple more runs added to the total. Sadhiro Samaravikrama, what he has done well here is he has supported Avishka Fernando. Avishka Fernando, he's cruising along 70 of 45 deliveries, but Sadhiro Samaravikrama has nicely rotated the strike.
Yeah, definitely. They've touched the paddle sweep coming into play. And alongside Dikwal and these two gentlemen are the most experienced players in the camp of Sri Lanka. Hey, a lot of turn. Oh, there's hesitation. Sadhir was running with the shot. But his partner is the one who can see the ball going away. And then he called no, but Sadhir was going for it. Lucky escape. This is the moment that Sri Lanka doesn't want to lose any wickets and bring a new batter in so that Afghanistan bowlers can open up this game with more pressure coming in. So these two gents are the experience. They have played international in all sorts of grounds, the formats. So dealing it with quite ease at the moment. Crowd coming in. Gate 2 is open. It's free.
Yeah, plenty of experience among these two batters. International exposure, bringing in all of that into this. And so far, it has been an easy run chase. It's just at the start that the two opening batters, they got off to a fly, and Roshan Dikwala 49 of 19 deliveries, missing out an important half century for the second time. But that's the way Roshan Dikwala bats, isn't it? Yeah, Avishka Fernando happy to cross over a single. They're just making sure that a single is taken off each delivery and the loose ones are put away. 18 overs done. 163 for 2. $68 more runs required of 138 deliveries. Required run rate below 3. 2.96. Skies have cleared. There was some kind of rain interruption during the afternoon session. We did think for a moment whether we might get a chance to continue play because the clouds were pretty heavy. They were pretty dark. But at the moment, things have settled down. Sri Lankans would be definitely happy about it. A juicy full toss.
See, when it comes to a spinner, you need to be a little accurate to buy wickets or grab wickets. But when you bowl full tosses, yes, your wrong one is very effective, but you need to land on a proper area. Why, it could be real threatful for the batter. But Zahir Khan, even in the first game, he struggled with the wrong one. He was expensive. 9 overs, 60 odd runs. But that was the downfall in the middle frame. Even when Gaikwad and Tilak Warma was cruising along in the middle frame as Afghanistan not grabbing those wickets, eventually India A getting to 349. See, he's pushing it through the air a little quicker.
Chasing down a revised target of 231 runs. of 41 deliveries. In fact, 41 overs. Beg your pardon. And 2 batters out there in the middle. At the moment, taking things very lightly because they know that they have it under control. And a big win here, Rajiva, would be very helpful for the Sri Lankan net run rate as well.
Yeah, definitely. There'll be some sort of a boost there. Maybe that's also back of the mind of Sri Lanka camp. Because they're looking after that win, the 2 points. So this will be the last game of the first round. Each team will play 2 games. So second round of the round robin games will start on Monday once again. With Sri Lanka taking on India. That's on the 15th of June. Yeah, Talent TV celebrates 1 year of sports in Sri Lanka. So 19 overs done, 167 for 2, and players will hydrate themselves a bit.
Shabe, come on, boys. Yo, wicket da. Khali ki ke bana Shabe, boys. Zara baller
64 runs needed, 132 deliveries remaining. Under 3 runs and over. In fact, the umpires have not called rings onto the field. They're continuing to go. Well, after this over, the Duckworth-Lewis system will come into play and for a result.
Wrist work once again. The Sri Lankan batters, from the moment they walked out to the middle, they've used the wrist very nicely, especially Roshan Dikwella. At the start of play, he played some delightful strokes through the onside. Used the pace, used the wrist. Even Avishka Fernando, when he was punching those through the onside, he did use the wrist. So they have done it well. They handled the spin as well. Unfortunately for the Afghanistan team, the spinners haven't really made an impression against the Sri Lankan batters. Happy to milk away the singles at this stage. Just the 62 more runs required. Plenty of deliveries left in hand.
Well, what's going on here? So there were 6 fielders on the leg side. So very good awareness from the umpires there. You cannot have 6 fielders in a one-day format or a white ball format game on the leg side of the batter. And umpire called no ball, so it's a free hit.
Well, keeping the no ball and the free hit aside, it has been free hits from the start. The Sri Lankans have really played some strokes just like that, but that didn't go the distance. will be just the 1 run.
And not enough firepower there. Because the body weight was behind. So that's Brendan Kurupu and Amal Silva. The selection committee watching very closely of the stars. Sri Lanka A currently 172 for 2, doing with lot ease right now. End of this over. After losing 2 wickets, Sri Lanka A should be 95 runs after 20 overs. So way ahead in terms of the Duckworth Lewis.
It's all about the start that the Sri Lankan opening batters did get. That's Kapila Vijay Gunawardena, one of the chairman of selectors of Sri Lanka cricket. They're in here from morning, having a closer look at these young players. In fact, many of the young players, the future stars, the future cricketers for Sri Lanka cricket, keeping a close eye on them. Goes down on one knee and places it behind square. The ball will have enough legs to cross the ropes. Another boundary for Avishka Gunawardena. Avishka Fernando.
Well, he made sure that it was placed in the gap in the first innings. The first game. Avishka Fernando getting out in a similar fashion. But he made sure that was placed nicely and races away against India as well. Avishka Fernando got out at short square off the bowling of Aish Badoni to the off spinner. Yeah, 20 done. 178 for 2.
.53 runs more required of 126 deliveries. Well, at the moment, it's a walk in the park for the Sri Lankan batters. But cricket is a game that you cannot tick off until the very last delivery. Things could change in a flash. Couple of wickets could change the complex of the game. Oh, quick single. Running between the wickets has been very good by the Sri Lankan batters.
I think what these two batters are doing the correct thing, because both got out for 40s in the first game. Now Avishka going for a good score. He's on 79. It's an opportunity for Sadir Samaravikrama also to showcase and get into another milestone. Oh, outside edge, the wrong one, and beats the fielder at short third. Avishka Fernando gets another boundary and he moves to the 80s.
Trying to use the wrists and play towards the onside. There you go, the wrong one. They're trying to work it through mid-wicket. Getting that leading outside edge. And the outfield will do the rest.
Yeah, Avishka Fernando, that's his 13th boundary. And he has got 2 sixes also. Yes, working the wrist, playing across there. Oh, shot. But straight to the fielder. Not a short delivery. One after the other. Just as you see, a very good delivery. It doesn't repeat there. He bowls a shot and drags it down. That's inaccuracy.
Yeah, that's where experience come into play. The exposure that these young players will need. And that's good. That's very good by Avishka Fernando playing through the line. Crossing over to the other end. They know that they're well within the reach. Fans enjoying themselves at the Rangiri Dambulla International Stadium. It's a beautiful evening. The sun is setting. The weather has calmed down.
Zair Khan move off a very good T20 specialist. He has played 140 T20 games, but he has played only 55 one-day games. So in a matter of just 4 overs, yes, he could be very good with his action coming in quicker. But when it's a longer-term game, when it comes to a 50-over format, that's where he has struggled. Because he has played majority of his games are T20 matches. So 21 done. 6 runs coming off it, 185 for 2.
Boys. Cut the boys. Shabba boys.
So 46 runs needed, 20 overs remaining. Well, Sri Lanka, I think, yes, like you mentioned, the boost of the net run rate with a win here, a big win here for them. Oh, did it struck somewhere? There was some bounce in that delivery. Shamsur Rahman, quite a tall lad, the off spinner.
Yes, right away. Sadiro taking off his helmet. Just checking. There you go. The protocols, the concussion protocols. If the ball strikes your helmet, it has been made mandatory that you need to go through the protocol. Trying to go down on one knee. Straight into the front grill.
I reckon that's a premeditated shot. He didn't pick the length to go for that sweep shot. It was way beyond of the length for him to sweep it. So there was some bounce in it right off the grill of the helmet. So Sri Lanka A physio coming in. Ajanta. All in all, it looks okay. Well, Afghanistan, even after winning that game against India, I reckon they're not in the terms of happy faces down there alongside the skipper. Because Sri Lanka A, with a flying start of the Quella, that momentum, they couldn't break it from that start, from that power play coming in. And what these two batters have done is that they are continuing that. See, one might say the run rate is somewhere around 9 runs, close to 9 runs and over. Oh, that's another boundary. The boundaries keep coming, and Avishka Fernando gets his 14th boundary, and he moves to 88.
He's enjoying himself out there in the middle. Kind of the same shot that Sadira was trying to play the previous delivery. But he got it to perfection. Beautifully placed.
Now, what he did was, Sadira wanted to play it on the ground, along the ground, but Avishka Fernando placed it with the bounce to the vacant area. Yes, Sri Lanka close to that 9-run mark. When Dikwal was striking, it was over 10 runs and over. They didn't want to get bogged down, but alongside, Dikwal was striking the ball. Avishka Fernando was the second fiddle. He identified the stroke making, he identified the surface, but now he's taking charge. He's taking the initiative in this partnership and also in the run chase.
Yeah, in fact, he's doing it with quiet ease. He's been out there from ball number 1. And he has controlled the game. 60 deliveries for his 88 runs. Happy to milk the singles as well. 22 was done. 1-9-1 for 2.
Right, so 191 runs on the board for the loss of 2 wickets for Sri Lanka. Avishka and Sadira take a pretty good job in terms of getting these runs, what is required at this stage. Just 40-odd runs required at this stage for Sri Lanka. These two batters should try to finish things off properly here without losing a wicket, without causing much more trouble for themselves. It's been a really good batting display from the Sri Lankan side, the opening partnership, and then a couple of wickets fell down in quick succession. But from there onwards, these two batters, two of the most experienced campaigners, and there we go. Sadira Samaravikrama brings up another wonderful boundary through the offside. And nicely executed once again. He's been very solid, especially against the spinners in that region, back foot of point. And once again, this time against the pace bowler, he does the same.
Well, boundaries coming at will where Sri Lanka is concerned. And what you really need to assess here, Oshada, is that the bowling strength that Afghanistan possesses. I think the bowling is their weak link. The batting is very strong. Even in the game against India, they conceded almost 350 runs, and they chased it down because they had good enough batters to do that. So I think their strength will rely on their batting. So I think they really need to go back to their drawing board and figure out how that these bowlers can assess these surfaces and try and make an impact in the games to come. But again, there you go. They've been either too wide, the paces have given a lot of width, the spinners have been far too short. So I think they've got a lot to go to their drawing board and do.
Indeed, with Sri Lanka on 196, how they have approached this bowling attack of Afghanistan, it just tells you the story, pretty and simple. There we go, onto the offside this time as well, but there's protection down in the deep. Plenty of boundaries on offer for both these batters, especially Avishka has been in full swing, getting those boundaries whenever there's an opportunity.
Very neatly done all the time with relative ease. 199 is the Sri Lankan total now. So they're just marching along. 32 more needed with 8 wickets in hand. It's the end of the over. It's 199 for 2.
Right, so there we go. That's the equation. Quite simple at this stage for Sri Lanka. 32 runs required of 108 deliveries. These two batters should try to, as I mentioned earlier, to try to finish things off properly here for Sri Lanka A. And the partnership, there we go. 105 between these two batters. Two of the most experienced campaigners in this Sri Lanka A side. Sadhir Samaravikram and Avishka Fernando. Quite a lot of international exposure and experience. They've stepped up for their team at the right time, setting up a good partnership and setting up the platform for an important win in the context of this series.
200 up on the board. But now the eyes will be on Avishka Fernando reaching that 3-figure mark. He's 92 with that single. Sadhir is 4 runs away from his half century. I'm sure Sadhir will have the back of the mind that he needs to get to that milestone of 50. Just threw it away in that game against India. Sri Lanka needs another 30 runs, so both of them have enough time to get to that milestones. Oh, just talking about that. What do you call it, commentator's curse?
Well. Sadhir Samaravikram almost throwed it away once again. There we go, right on the bounce. This time he punches it down the ground for a single. This time it's Avishka who moves it to 93. Both these batters nearing a milestone. Avishka 92, Sadhir 47, and the team requires only 29 runs to win this game. And they've managed this the spinners of Afghanistan quite well. We anticipated that Afghanistan spinners, knowing and seeing how Sri Lanka spinners operated on this surface. We expected the Afghan spinners to take control of the game, but the batters have done a really good job.
You see, what is lacking is those type of deliveries. It's the end of the over. It's 203 for 2.
Right, so players, the umpires and everyone having a short drinks break, and this is what we talked about. The partnership, 100 plus between these two batters, Sadira Samaravikrama and Avishka Fernando, two of the most experienced campaigners in this lineup, have stood up there for their team on a game, a high-stake game for Sri Lanka. They wanted, this was a must-win game. They wanted a big win in this match against Afghanistan, and these two batters have made sure that the team would go on to at least go near a win here at the Double International Cricket Stadium. And Avishka Fernando, he's on 93 of 65 deliveries, and Sadira 47 of 59. Both the batters nearing a milestone in this game, and at the same time looking into the bowling, it was Safi, who's a standout performer with the ball in hand. Yeah, there we go. Safi being brought in as well, eyeing to break this partnership, to put some sort of a pressure on the Sri Lanka A side. But at the moment, these two batters are looking comfortable out there in the middle. Well, it's been a long time since Safi picked up those couple of wickets. Since then, quite a lot have happened out there in the middle. Runs have come in nicely, boundaries, plenty of boundaries all around the park. So quite the different circumstances for him to come and bowl in this latter part of the innings. Just 28 odd runs required. In fact, 28, if I'm not mistaken, runs required for Sri Lanka. And for Avishka Fernando, just 7 runs away from recording a century. 93 of 67. Oh, there we go. Safi once again coming in, steaming in at the moment. Let's have a look at that again. Not much foot movement there from Avishka. Just standing in his crease. Yeah, well. Looks like a happy dugout. They worked away towards the onside. Should look for a couple of runs here. No, they're happy with just a single. That's a good bit of fielding effort there from the fielder. Avishka Fernando, 16 boundaries in his innings. 16. 14 fours and couple of sixes. And the strike rate as it now is 136. It's been that good of an innings from Avishka Fernando today. Short pitch delivery worked away. As protection down in the team will be just a single. Now 26 more runs required. This was a short pitch delivery. There we go. Last ball of this over. This time worked away towards the offside. Will be just a single to finish things off. As a good over, a good comeback over from Safi. And that'll be the end of the over as well. So 25 overs done, 206 for 2.
$25 needed from 96 deliveries. It's a matter of time, really. As we sail along, we'll say good evening to Rajiv Singh.
Good evening, Gamini. Just 25 runs needed. But I would consider these two batting pair getting into those milestones and going with confidence for Monday's game against India, which is more important. And Avishka Fernando is on 96 with Sadira also missing out. Both missed out the half centuries in the previous game. But I reckon this is a very good platform. And for these two batters to come into form and then continue the momentum for Sri Lanka A.
Yeah, as I've mentioned before, both these players are on a comeback trail, and yeah, they need to go and get big ones. Like you said, Avishka missed out last time. You can see the way they've constructed the innings. Avishka obviously had a let off, didn't he, at short mid-wicket before he got to 50, but since then, he's been very watchful. Change gears when it's required. Going at a healthy rate too, mind you. But a lot of boundaries early. Read the pitch. And that single will take Samar Vikrama to another list A50 and appreciated by his teammates.
A well-composed knock from Sadira Samar Vikrama. 62 balls, 5 boundaries. Spending time, but a healthy strike rate as well for Sadira. And what he did was he was being that second fiddle in this partnership, helping alongside Avishka Fernando because he's striking far more better with the strike rate in terms of it. And a brilliant knock from Sadira Samar Vikrama. Well, Gabri, for a moment I thought it dragged straight towards that long on fielder.
Yeah, not only Sadira Samar Vikrama's heart, even my heart was in my mouth for a moment. That was hanging in the air for a very long time. His intention was to get it in that gap between deep square leg. But he did too well, I reckon. Swept and fine. Another beautifully executed sweep shot. Time and time again we mentioned how good these two players are against spin. 215 for 2 after 26. Sri Lanka batters are getting ever so close to this target of 231. One thing to look forward to is this 100. He's one away from that. Avishka Fernando. Just a 74 deliveries. And Samar Vikrama continues to enjoy this batting knock. That's the last delivery of that last over.
Yeah, poor delivery. Pitched way outside the leg stump. Enough time for Sajida. Samar can replace it towards that gap. And he's a very good player with a sweep shot. And with the help of the surface, but he made sure place it nicely in that square leg region. But played very finer, beating that short mid-wicket fielder as well.
We are in the stroke of another milestone. 99, 2 sixers, 14 fours, 74 deliveries. Avishka Fernando. Sweeper from the offside comes into the ring. He's been quite relentless to anything short. I don't think Safi will want to bowl anything, drag his length. This is going to disappear over mid-wicket. As easy as you like. Well controlled pull shot. Yeah, very well played.
Yeah, Avishka Fernando. 14th liste 100 for Avishka Fernando. He comes in very quick time. 75 deliveries, 14 boundaries and 2 sixes. And with a healthy strike rate in terms of 50 over cricket, 133.3. Brilliant knock. After being dismissed for 40 odd in the first game, he was batting well. And this is the moment that he got his 100. Good stop, half-hearted, but the batters cross over for a single. With just another 11 runs needed. 12, in fact.
Yeah, just shows that how well he has controlled his innings. From that particular shot, needed only one. All this time he has been belting those deliveries over square leg and mid-wicket. Slower delivery, nicely punched. Oh, very well done. Even at this stage, there's nothing's going your way. That was a good piece of work.
Yeah, skipper out there mid-off diving efforts. Certainly he saved 3 runs because here at Rangiridambulla International Stadium, the outfield is electrifying quick. Once you pass the 30 yard, save your legs. A lovely shot. But there's protection. Happy with the single. 221 for 2 after 27 overs.
Yeah, 10 runs required. Coming back to this run chase, Rajiv. Yeah, it was dry and it was low when the Afghanistan batters were in the middle. And I reckon in the second session, the pace has improved. The sound of the shots, the bat shots, some of them were coming from right in the middle of the bat. And sweet sound. That one looks like a flat batted. Right hand for, what do you call it? Forearm jab. Yeah, it has definitely improved the speed. That little drizzle helped the ball to come on a bit more. And these two batters have really enjoyed the conditions. And having said that, I think the Afghanistan bowling unit will have to rethink about their strategies. They haven't had the best of controls, have they? They bowl far too short for my liking. Even the paces were off target. Now, this is how we stood before this match. And with the Sri Lankan run rate is about 8 runs per over at the minute. Well, this is going to have a dramatic change, won't it?
Yeah, definitely. We'll have to wait and see after this victory for Sri Lanka A how it's going to stand after the first. Oh, lovely shot. Avishka Fernando is dominating the proceedings here. And that's his 3rd maximum of this innings. Brilliant. Brilliant knock and brilliantly struck.
That's gone a long way. 75-yard boundary here at Dambulla, and that went about 85. Once again, very sweetly timed.
Yeah, what I feel is, Gamini, that the bowlers have bowled a lot of length deliveries, a lot of short deliveries, not adjusting to the surface. I haven't seen that into the pitch deliveries, mixing things up, especially with the seamers as well. And even the spinners, the landing areas has been way too shorter.
Yeah, I think from the very first ball Dikwella faced, from the word go, the batters have dominated and they haven't found a way to come out of it really. Edged. Very, very good effort. Easily that could have stuck in the left glove. Fernando survives to see the end of the innings.
Yeah, definitely he gloved it there. Yeah, you see. And diving effort from the wicket keeper to the left. And Avishka Fernando trying to go for a bigger hit. Maybe the ball not coming onto the bat and then hitting the gloves. So 2 runs away. In fact, with that single, Sri Lanka A needs only 1 run. 28 overs done, 230 for 2.
Well, the scores are level here. This has been a fabulous batting partnership from Samara Vikrama and Avishka Fernando. Dikwella got everything started. Final act. And that's all they wrote.
Yeah, delicate touch to third, deep third, Sadira. And with that single, Sri Lanka A winning this game comprehensively by 8 wickets, with Avishka Fernando getting a ton, his 14th century. And Sadira also getting another half century in his List A career. That was Sadira Samaravikrama's 32nd half century. He made unbeaten 60 and a brilliant partnership for the third wicket. 137 runs from these 2 batters, the most experienced campaigners in the Sri Lanka A batting lineup. Sadira Samaravikrama and Avishka Fernando setting the tone, and a remarkable dominating victory for Sri Lanka A.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say, Rajiv, that Afghanistan were outplayed in all 3 departments. Even fielding, that was a vital chance that went begging when Avishka Fernando was 26 at the time, and one thing in their favor is that they've got a few days off, so they need to regroup and rethink and what has happened and what's going to happen in the next game. So what a game that's coming up on Monday. Sri Lanka and India. Well,
Gamini, the tournament, the series is widely open now, with all teams winning 1 and losing 1 each game. So, like you mentioned, Monday, the 15th of June, here at Rangiridamul International Stadium, India taking on Sri Lanka. That's going to be a fascinating contest, I'll tell you.
Yeah, we've seen 3 games so far. Rajiv, I think we can quite confidently say that cricket has been played in good spirit, all 3 teams. And as you go, Dikwella, jubilations all around.
Yeah, I think Dikwella setting the tone in this run chase. I mean, he batted with a lot of ease, less pressure, played on the ball's merit. What he did was, whenever it's in his zones, he was innovative. He played 360 shots today. And Niroshan Dikwala and Avishka Fernando with that opening stand. Sri Lanka getting to 100 runs inside the 8th overs. They spent only 45 deliveries with a loss of 2 wickets. That's a brilliant start in a 50-over format. And that was... so the batting card, Sri Lanka, Dikwala 49, missing out the second half century in this series of just 19 deliveries. But Avishka Fernando, 108 off just 79 balls with 14 boundaries and 3 sixers. Vishen Halabage got his opportunity, missing out, and Sadira getting 60 as well. Pick at the bowlers, 2 wickets for Safi, 5.1, 40 for 2. But all the other bowlers going for the cleaners, Gamini.
Yeah, like I mentioned before, they need to rethink their strategies as a bowling unit, their lengths, their lines, their fielding positions as well. Well, talk about highlights of this innings, I'll tell you. You might need one full 1 hour of highlights when it comes to Sri Lankan batting. That's in the first over. So was this. And the third boundary. So 3 off the first over, and then Avishka Fernando went on his very merry ways, and 1 over cow corner. The next one cleared the fence.
Yeah, Niroshan Dikwala, 19 balls, 49 runs, 9 boundaries and a 6. And alongside helping with Avishka Fernando, he was on the second fiddle. Look at that wrap. And Niroshan Dikwala on the verge of getting into his half century after striking 2 boundaries. He got out. And then Vishen Halabage walked in, got a boundary of the very first delivery. But Avishka Fernando from the other end, he kept on going. He was hungry for runs. He was dominating the proceedings out there. And Vishen Halabage, the second wicket to fall. But since then, Sadira walked in. First ball 4 once again. In total, Gamini, Sri Lanka A, they've got 30 boundaries and 4 sixers. So boundaries kept on coming. I reckon the bowling, the lens that Afghanistan bowlers were bowled a little weak on the in terms of this run chase.
As you can see from the way the batters are playing their shots, and most of them, they drag their length and give an opportunity. I mean, these are classy players. You know, there's not a lot of margin for error on a good batting track. Yeah, what I liked about Fernando was the shots like that, the pick-up shots. He was very quickly to pick the length, wasn't he? Yeah, he was definitely. So, very good result for Sri Lanka. Pakistan, after dominating a very strong Indian outfit, and they lost only 2 wickets in that run chase, and suddenly they're back to even, and well, they got some work to be done.
A summary, Sri Lanka winning the toss, electing to bowl first, inviting Afghanistan to bat. They made 245, Hassan 46 and Bahir Shah 44, 35 for Safi. And Shami Gunasekara, 3 wickets for him, and Mathulan and Vyaskant picking up 2 wickets apiece. In reply, Sri Lanka A had to adjust the target because of the interruptions. And then 231 was the target in 41 overs, but they managed to get the target in 28.1 overs. So that's a lot of balls remaining, with Avishka Fernando unbeaten, 108 of just 79 deliveries, and Sadira getting into 60 with just 70 balls. And Dikwala opened the settings, opening the tone in this run chase, 19 balls for his 49. Shafi picking up 2 wickets for 40, and eventually Sri Lanka A winning this game comprehensively by 8 wickets.
Well, have a look at that. Sri Lanka leapfrogged over both countries. India, 2 points, Bangladesh 2 points, but this win had taken Sri Lanka's net run rate to plus 1.17. So it's a great result. And, well, into the first round. Second round, it's going to be an intriguing battle, I'll tell you.
Yeah, definitely. Gamini, Sri Lanka losing that game, crunching game. At one stage, they were cruising along and they lost the plot in the first game against India. But right now here, in the second game, it was a dominating performance. And now, after the first round, Sri Lanka A leading the series, leading the table with 2 points and 1.17 run rate, net run rate. So welcome back. So once again, so let's head down with Kosala Suresh Chandra with the post-match presentation.
Good evening and welcome to the post-match presentation of Talent TV A-Team Tri-Nation One-Day Series 2026. Before we begin the awards presentation, we would like to thank Sri Lanka Cricket for their planning and efforts in organizing this tour, ThinkCube, the event rights partner, for their support, our broadcast partners, Talent TV, Sony Pictures Network, India. First of all, I would like to invite our player of the match today for his brilliant 108, Avishka Fernando, to come and have a chat with me. And also I would like to invite our match referee, Mr. Manoj Mendis, who will present the trophy to our player of the match. So our player of the match today is Avishka Fernando for his brilliant unbeaten 108. Avishka, ප්‍රථමයෙන්ම අපි සුබ පතනවා ඔබගේ අද ලකුණු ලබා ගැනීම සම්බන්ධව. ඒ වගේම කොහොමද අද පිටිකරණය ගැන කතා කරොත් විශේෂයෙන්ම තනතිරුව හැසිරුණු ආකාරය?
ඔව් ඇත්තටම හොඳ තනතිරුවක් බැට්ස්මන්ලට. ඉතින් ෆාස්ට් බෝලර්ස්ලට හොඳ තනතිරුවක්. හැබැයි ස්පිනර්ස්ලගේ පොඩ්ඩක් ටර්න් වුණා විකට් එක. ඉතින් අපිට ඇත්තටම නිරෝෂන්ගෙන් ආපු ඒ නොක් එකත් එක්ක අපිට ඇත්තටම ලේසි වුණා ඉස්සරහට ගෙනියන්න.
ඔව් මම හිතනවා විශේෂයෙන්ම නිරෝෂන් දික්වැල්ලගේ ආරම්භය මම හිතන්නේ ඔබටත් අසසි ලකුණා විශේෂයෙන් මේ තනතිරුව ගැන හොඳ අවබෝධයක් ලබා ගන්න.
ඔව් ඇත්තටම ඒක කියන්න ඕන. මොකද ඒ ආපු ස්ටාර්ට් එකත් එක්ක ඒක ඇත්තටම ලේසි වුණා ඉස්සරහට ගෙනියන්න.
ඔව් මම හිතනවා මේ ලකුණු ලබා ගැනීමත් සමග මම හිතනවා ඔබගේ තියෙන කොන්ෆිඩන්ස් එක තවත් වැඩි වෙලා මම හිතනවා ඔබට සුබ පතනවා ඉතිරි තරඟවලට ලකුණු ලබා ගැනීම.
Thank you.
So what Avishka meant was that it was not easy batting on that surface. It looked good for batting. The pace bowlers didn't have much on the surface, but the spinners did turn. But especially the start that Niroshan Dikwella gave encouraged him also to make runs and make sure that he got Sri Lanka past that total. I would now like to invite the losing captain, Imran Mir of Afghanistan, to come and have a few words with me. Imran, first of all, you might be disappointed, but did you feel that 245 was not enough on this surface?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Na prinzal do mung target da se 280 او 290 بکو خو mung middle کې سره کې start خو middle کې هغه رقم توقع ټیم نه سي هغه راغونش.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Actually, at the beginning, we were trying to achieve 280 plus or something. The first stage of the batting was good, but in the middle, we couldn't carry the momentum, and that's what happened there.
Yeah, so I think a thing to be concerned might be the bowling that you had, because I don't think the spinners have really come in to your expectations in this tournament so far.
کوم توقع سپینرانو هغه رقم بالکل هغه رقم بالینګونه شو فاست بالرانو هغه رقم بالینګونه شو موږ کومه توقع وته خو سیکنډ میچ او کنډیشن نه به مطلب روان کې ډیر ښه دی کوم بالینګ موږ دا نه وکړ نو بالان ډیر غلط بالینګ ان شاء الله کوشش وکړو د نور میچو کې موږ زګړو د نه خو وکړو.
Yes, I would agree that the expectation was, as we had, the expectation from our bowlers, they didn't bowl that way, especially from the spinners, which we are very well known for. And we have learned from our mistakes from the two games. We've been now used to the conditions, so hopefully we'll do our best in the next upcoming games.
So the tournament's got very much wide open with all teams having one win each. So you got an off day on Monday, and then you need to come back and get ready for the next game. So I think you'll have to do a lot of thinking and go back to the drawing boards.
Tournament which they was told team on that day and the chess pasho or Razmasan narrate Bratun ki match tarazi no aga the para basta soch sange or come approach sara barade
بالکل ټول ټیمونه یو میچ ګټلای دا او هغه کنډیشن سره سچويشن سره ټول بلد سو او ټول موږ ټیم ته یو څه کوشش وکړو چې موږ د روان میچونو کې د نس دکړو خو مطلب خاطر لاس وکړو چې بده کې هغه پری د ګرون کې نو ان شاء الله دینه بډې زده کړم کوو.
Yeah, I think now, as you mentioned, the tournament has been interesting. Every team carrying one win with themselves. So what we have done not right during these last 2 games, I think we just need to focus on not doing the same and carry the positive from it and move forward.
All right, I wish you all the very best in the future of the tournament. We hope to see you come good in the next few games.
Thank you.
I would now like to invite winning captain Sahan Arachige of Sri Lanka A. Sahan, first of all, you might be a very happy captain, especially after that first game. Yes, of course. Yeah. And, well, you did have the Afghanistan batters getting off to a good start, but I think you need to give credit to your 2 young fast bowlers. I think they came back very well in their second spells.
Yeah, actually bowlers did very well. We had trouble, like they are targeting like 300, and after that our bowlers did very well, and we managed to keep them down in below 250. That's a very good contributing about bowlers.
Well, I think the run chase, how did you all plan the run chase? Because Dikwella really started to go haywire from ball number 1.
Yeah, of course, Dikka and Avishka had a very good start. That's the key point. We won the match. And after that, Sadira contributed very well. I think after that, we won the game easily.
Right. So now you've got points on the board, and now we've gone at top of the table, I think, with this net run rate. So I wish you all the very best in the next games, and hope to see you on the runs as well.
Thank you.
So that wraps the post-match presentation.
Thank you, Kosala. Well, clearly stating Avishka Fernando was the man of the match, which is 108 runs. So summary in this third game of the Talent TV A-Team Tri-Nation One-Day Series 2026. Afghanistan was asked to bat by Sahan Arachige, winning the toss. Hassan getting 46, Bair Shah 44, and Shafi getting 35. 3 wickets for Charmi Gunasekara in the death overs, 2 for Maathulan and Vyas in the 50 overs. Afghanistan made only 245, and there was some interruption coming in with the rain coming twice here at Rangiri Damula Stadium. Sri Lanka had a target of 231 and getting that target in 28.1 after losing 2 wickets. So the points table, this looks really promising. Prior to this game, Sri Lanka were bottom at the table. Now they are standing at number 1. And with all these 3 teams, after 2 games, winning 1 game each and losing 1 game each, and the net run rate, Sri Lanka climb up very rapidly because of the remaining of ball, because of the run rate they made in this run chase. 1.177 is the net run rate. So Avishka Fernando's 100 helped them. So the match coming up next, the 4th game of this Talent TV A-Team Tri-Nation One-Day Series 2026. Sri Lanka A will take on India A here at Rangiri Damula International Cricket Stadium. So that's it from all of us here from Rangiri Damula International Cricket Stadium. Stay safe and good night.